Miles came, he just talked as the director of EMS just for a few minutes about coronavirus numbers in Guilford County. The end of this
So you've already done it. Okay, so you want to,
I got 7 o'clock. Has anybody else got it?
yeah, now.
Okay. If I can have everyone's attention, I'm going to call the regular town council meeting, Town of Stokesdale, September 9th, 2021 to order. Again, I think we said this before, but let me repeat it. If anyone is wanting to speak on the Misty Meadows Board of Adjustment case, if you will come up to the town clerk and give her your name and address, then we'll put you on the docket to speak for a few minutes. First item on the agenda, call to order, Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. If you'll join with me in a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Jim, you want to say the invocation?
Yes. Let us bow our heads, please. Dear Lord, please bless us tonight as we try to do some good work for the community. Please remember that we are coming up on the anniversary of a tragic event, 9/11, and please bless all the first responders that are here and that are not here with us any longer, and their families. Amen.
Next item, review and adopt the agenda. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to.
Speak in the microphone, if you will.
I'd like to change number 8 up to number, let's see, well, put it on the number 2, if you would.
3.
After number 2, and that's the Fire Marshal Jim Albright's here tonight. Instead of him having to sit around to get his presentation done up front, and then he can go about his business with the county.
Okay. Any other,
Mr. Mayor, can we move number 9 up at the same time? 8 and 9, since they're both representatives here.
okay.
There's 2 number 9s.
Yeah, I was going to say there's 2 number 9s. You're
I'm
talking
sorry.
about Republic Waste.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see
Okay,
that.
yeah.
The Republic Waste is what I'm talking about.
Okay, we'll move that right after Mr. Albright. Any other changes? Then I make a motion, we adopt the agenda with those 2 changes.
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, next item up, presentation by Guilford County Fire Marshal Jim Albright on the Stokesdale Fire District Service Overlay. And what we're doing on this tonight is he's just giving us some base information, and if the council wants to proceed with that, then we would have a public hearing at the October meeting. So, Mr. Albright, I'll turn it over to you, and thanks for coming.
Absolutely. Good evening. I've got a little bit of a presentation for you, but they're going to run my audio visual, so there might be just a bit of a disconnect. So with that, I'm going to give you some education tonight about a request from the county coming before you for consideration at a future date. And that is a change in the way that we currently tax for fire protection in the Stokesdale Fire Protection District. As many of you are aware, fire districts in North Carolina were established, many of them in the 1960s, and 1950s and 1960s, your department being founded in 1954. With that being said, they were founded under something called Chapter 69 law for rural fire protection. Over time, many areas of the state have switched their taxation method to something covered under North Carolina General Statute, Chapter 153A. And I'll talk to you just a bit about maybe the differences in those, and perhaps you'll have a copy of the presentation, perhaps. They don't have it, just me. Okay, so can we advance the slides?
Just hit return, enter. Let's see.
If there's a problem, I can certainly talk without slides. So first and foremost, yes, so if you could just advance through to that, tap through that page, you'll be fine. This is probably the easiest presentation that you're gonna listen to because I'm not asking you to take any action on it tonight. This is only for your information. As we work through it, we're gonna talk about the reasons why we're coming to you tonight with the opportunity to change the way that we actually tax into something, instead of called a fire protection district tax, it would be called a fire service district tax. A brief change in nomenclature, but quite frankly, a better way for us to do business today. If you'll continue to tab through, you can keep going. And I want to make it clear that this is a request coming to you from the county, not from the fire department. And I think there's some really unique things about the fire department here in Stokesdale. Obviously, I work very closely with Chief Galden and Chief Southern, and have for many, many years. We started as young men in this, except maybe Randy wasn't as young as the rest of us when I started. But that being said, the reason that this is coming up is that we put service districts in every district in Guilford County with the exception of Stokesdale and Thompson. So if you look at fire districts over time, many of the districts were founded in the 1950s and 60s, and then we had a group that were founded in the 1970s. The General Assembly realized that in the late 60s that fire districts might have to exceed 10 cents of taxation, which was the ceiling under Chapter 69. And they raised that to 15 cents. So districts that were founded after 1969 were allowed a 15-cent cap, and districts that were founded early, the early adopters, were somewhat penalized, quite frankly. Now, what the uniqueness of Stokesdale is that you had a special call election back in 2016, where the voters said that they were okay with increasing the level of taxation within the district. I want to bring a couple of points to your attention. First and foremost, even though that ability to leverage additional taxing capacity existed, Stokesdale has never requested to go into that additional 5-cent area. It is currently the third lowest funded fire district in Guilford County. We have 25 contracts for fire districts. We have 19 contract departments, ultimately 23 contracts that are managed through my office. So just a bit of contextual basis for that. We're not also coming saying that if we change the way that we tax and we eliminate the cap, which we can do under 153A, that it changes anything about the process. It is not simply a matter of the fire district deciding what their tax rate is. There is a legal authority by which that's done through the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of Stokesdale has to approve the request for an increase. That has to go through the county's budgetary process and ultimately has to be acted on by the Board of County Commissioners. That is exactly the same process under Chapter 69 as it is under 153A. The other part that I think is important is that it's very confusing in the districts that have overlays when you receive your tax bill. In fact, it's double listed. So you are charged potentially, if you live in Summerfield, then you receive 10 cents for the Summerfield Fire Protection District, and you receive 3.1 cents for the Summerfield Fire Service District overlay. Those are listed as separate lines. That's required by North Carolina law. That's the way the tax department generates. We, quite frankly, get more calls over the way that it appears on people's tax bills than we ever do about what they're being charged for fire protection. It's more about kind of the process by which they're charged for fire protection. You can continue to advance through the slides. The next one that should pop up should be part of what that criminal statute looks like. You can keep going. Let's talk about the early adopters and the late adopters and et cetera. The other thing that I think is somewhat unique is the way that parcels are then ultimately transferred. So it's fairly easy if we have a property owner that says, I currently reside in one fire district and I want to reside in another. That's fairly easy. We can go through the fire districts themselves and basically swap properties. What we see, particularly when times are developing, is that large parcels may be subdivided and et cetera, subdivisions are put in. It becomes a little more complicated. Under Chapter 69 law, for you to transfer a parcel, I have to have signatures of 2/3 of the property owners in all areas that are subject to transfer. They then have to go to the fire districts for the fire district commissioners in both fire districts to unanimously agree to the parcel transfer. Then they have to go to the boards of directors of the fire departments for a majority vote, and then it has to be recommended to the county commissioners for final approval. It takes 5 steps, and oftentimes people are making the transfer because, for instance, they live more than 5 miles from a fire station, et cetera, and it creates an issue with their local homeowner's insurance. So if we go to 153A, it becomes a much more transparent process. Quite frankly, there has to be a report filed with the clerk for 4 weeks in advance with findings of why we believe that it's in the best interest for a parcel to be transferred, and it has to be done through a public hearing, a much more transparent process than the way that it was done before. Now, Guilford County is somewhat unique, and since Dr. Hooks is on the board, he has a lot of institutional knowledge. Guilford County has some really unique session law that was put in 1973 that actually allowed the fire marshal to move those parcels without notice of the property owner. The reason for that is we had a lot of disputes that were going on back in the early 70s, not in this area of the county, but in another area of the county, and ultimately special session law was passed, and routinely that's how we have moved parcels over time. A non-transparent process, and quite frankly, we're trying to make this a very, very transparent process. So with that, if you'll advance my slides, there are several things about history. You can keep going. One of the things that we understand is that there's always concern with people being taxed. And so one of the concerns that I think previously had been expressed was if we came in and put a service district over a fire district, then there was this ability to charge this unbridled amount of tax to your taxpayers. That is not true. It has to go through a process, it has to be approved, it has to be board approved by the Board of County Commissioners. They actually are the ones with the legal authority to set that tax rate. That is not an easy process. For those of us that have been doing this for many, many years, there are a number of steps in that process. There's always a justification, and there's always an opportunity for the fire chief and typically the president of their board to present both to the county manager in closed session, but then ultimately to the board in public before that is ever approved. There's also the question about how do you go through the process of doing transfers. One of the questions that people often ask is, if we establish this service district, we don't like it, what do we do? Well, number one, we're not getting rid of your fire district. It still exists. That layer still exists in a map. We're just zeroing it out for taxing purposes, and we would tax into the service district. If we chose to go back, or if y'all chose not to approve it, we will continue to raise money for the fire district through their fire taxation layer. But I can tell you, as of next fiscal year, you will be the only fire district in Guilford County that would be raising their taxes that way. The reason we have to come to you is that you are a town. Now, the fire district has existed for a long time in this community, but you have a town limit that overlays portions of that fire district. As y'all are aware, Stokesdale's fire district also extends up into Rockingham County. With that being said, it requires your approval for us to put that taxation authority over your town limit. So that's the reason that we come tonight to present this information for you for future consideration. I believe I've covered the majority of the material that's in the presentation, and if not, I'm going to open it up and really allow y'all to answer any questions that you may have.
Jim, will you just comment that you took it to the Stokesdale Fire Board to get their recommendation because we didn't want to do anything that they weren't in
Yeah,
concurrence?
So I went and presented to the board of Stokesdale a couple of weeks ago, explained to them very similar to what I've done for you tonight. Basically, I was not willing to come to the town council to ask for this if the board of the fire department did not support it, and they did. Again, it's not their recommendation. This is us coming to the board asking for this process to occur, but quite frankly, we believe it's a much cleaner process moving forward. And that was approved by the board, and hence the reason I came to visit with you tonight.
Okay. Any questions to Mr. Albright?
I have one question, Mr. Albright. My name is Derek. It looks like this may have been done, if I'm looking at current tax history, for example, the Colfax Fire District, it looks like it was, 10% or 10 cents on the 100 back in 2020. But now there is a Colfax Fire Protection Service District. And that captures what used to be it looks like the Colfax Fire District, plus they had a overlay at the time, and it just adds those together. Is this what you're proposing?
So you picked up the most complicated thing that's ever happened in Guilford County Fire.
Oh, sorry.
in 2002, Colfax turned over fire protection and portion of their district to the city of High Point. High Point contracts with Guilford County for the Deep River Fire Protection District. For many of you that may remember Deep River, there was a fire department on 68 for a number of years. They ultimately rebuilt the station on Barrow Road and then ultimately went out of business. So we contracted with High Point for that particular area. We were charging into the Deep River both a fire protection and a service district overlay. So on a tax bill, 2 lines, we were charging at that particular moment, actually in Deep River, we were below 10 cents, we were at 9 cents. So they were receiving an incredibly favorable fire rate. And we were not paying High Point for a portion that they were responding to in their primary area that was formerly in Colfax. We transferred parcels through the 153A process, so we did public hearings and et cetera. We went through that, we noticed the property owners, we did everything that we were supposed to do. And we charged both of those districts for this fiscal year only into their service districts. So we zeroed out their fire districts. Colfax charges 13.59 cents. And we ended up raising the Deep River area to a similar like amount. In fact, those that were in Colfax that transferred to Deep River had a marginal amount of savings when we did that. So a very complicated situation. That's the future, is to get rid of that fire district line, add the service district line, and then we would do that for all the districts. Right now, if you look at the county budget, every district, with the exception of Stokesdale and Collinsville, have 2 lines listed for their taxation. We only have a couple of districts, and I think, again, when I mentioned that you have the 3rd lowest rate currently in the county, y'all are at 10 cents currently in Stokesdale. I have one district at 8 cents and one just under 10 cents. The average rate for county fire is about 14 cents. I have one district at 17.6 cents. So we have wide variability in where those rates are set within the particular districts.
Mr. Albright, so what, if we do go down this road of creating the new layer, will that rate of 10 cent slide over to the layer and then it'll be up to the process if they want to raise it?
Correct. So what we would do is zero out the current fire district layer at 10 cents. We would charge into a Stokesdale Fire Protection Service District layer. It would be identical to the taxpayer. Now, that being said, let me warn everyone, next year's reevaluation, so when your tax bill goes up, it has nothing to do with the fire district, but that is exactly what would occur. The other question that happens is, can you get rid of a service district? And the answer is yes. The same process that we put it in place with a public notice, with a public hearing, with a report filed with the clerk, and et cetera, is the same process that we could also abolish them in the future and or modify, increase or decrease a district.
Which may not end up being the right way to go. Because somebody's got to pay for the trucks to roll eventually.
Correct.
So, yeah, 2 quick things. I only gave 1/3 of Jim's occupational head-up type of job that he has in the county. He is over all of emergency services. That includes emergency management. It includes EMS, which we're blessed to have the quality of EMS that we do. And in addition to the fire component, he also sits on numerous tables giving direction not just to Guilford County and the commissioners and other officials, but to surrounding counties. So if the buck stops with him, he brings the buck to either us or lets the citizens know where we are and what his recommendations are. I've never had an opportunity to feel like I wanted to rescind something that he put up there, because he is an astute studier before he comes to the podium or comes to the door or anything else or goes down to the big house. So what we have is basically an opportunity to change for the future, which I understand you saying change for the future so that all of Guilford County is under one overhead title for fire. And we're surrounded by 4 other counties, obviously. Then that has nothing to do, is my understanding, with those other counties that we work in.
That's absolutely, and that's a great point for clarification, particularly with the district that splits the county line.
Right.
So there still is a Stokesdale Fire Fire Protection District and taxing authority into that fire district layer within Rockingham. They have to set rates in Rockingham just as they do in Guilford. Most districts try to keep that rate very similar as they cross the county line. Obviously, if you choose to live on one side of the county versus another, it becomes very disparate if those rates are set differently. But really, the pressure that we're facing in the fire service, and this is not just a county fire, is the pressure because of declining volunteerism. And we're seeing a shift that, quite frankly, is requiring departments to hire more and more paid staff, which is resulting in them needing larger budgets. And, you know, as you bring personnel on board, that's a recurring operating expense. There is no indication from Stokesdale that any change that we're recommending today is gonna be an automatic implicit approval for them to come in and ask for an increase. However, we can say that the voters were very strong in their support of that fire district back in 2016 when that special election went forward, and it was soundly won on the Guilford side with supporting the district increasing their cap to 15 cents. And I think y'all really deserve to give some accolades to that department for the fact that for the last 5 years, they could have asked, and they haven't for an increase. And that's with increasing operating costs, increasing personnel costs, and et cetera. So some real kudos to the fire protection that y'all have up.
Amen. Jim, if you will, just step aside for 1 second. I was going to invite Chief Gaulden or Randy Soder if they wanted to just make a few comments. They were both at the meeting with the board.
No, I think Jim covered everything. He basically made the same presentation to the board and our local fire commissioner. We had been through this process before in 2015, so we understood the foundation, the groundwork and all. And it was just a matter of Jim coming on behalf of the county and saying, look, we're asking this time, we don't want to do it without the board and the local fire commissioners approval.
Okay. Thank you, Todd. Cool.
Timeline, Jim, again, once you get through with all the departments or the districts talking, and what are we looking at the start to the finish on this again?
So, you know, I think there's a couple of things. First, if we are going to do this, it has to be in a public hearing. This is only educational, so there's no action tonight. Typically, you would want to notice that 4 weeks in advance. Typically, notice is 10 days for most items. There's some stuff under 153A that likes 4 weeks, so it could be noticed as soon as, right, next week. I'd be happy to come back and address this to y'all in your October meeting. I believe you meet October the 14th for consideration of a public hearing. Really, the information presented at the public hearing, I'll call down even what I presented tonight, because at that point, we're simply asking for the action for approval of the town. We would need to draft a resolution. I have actually got at least a draft of that resolution available that I can share with staff so that y'all can look through that and make sure that you're comfortable with it. It is following those very, very, very specific steps of 153A. I have also prepared a report that could be on file with the clerk. And if it's approved by the town, then I will have to mimic that process with the county commissioners. So I will then have the opportunity to do this again.
Okay. With that being said, I make a motion that we set a public hearing for the October 14th meeting
I'll second the motion.
and make the appropriate announcements and in the paper. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I call a question. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Derek?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Darren?
Aye.
And I. Now, Jim, is a last thing, if you will. Jim was involved in a meeting with mayors and town managers and Cone Hospital and a bunch of things. He is front line on the emergency services. And, you know, you watch the news and you see people debate coronavirus. But I just asked him if he would take about 5 minutes and tell you the real facts and the numbers and the statistics in his opinion in Guilford County, for what it's worth.
So, you know, one of the beauties of being a veteran provider, I've spent 35 years in public safety. For those of you wondering, I started in the juniors program. All right, so I know it's late, everybody work on
I'm not gonna say anything.
With that being said, I have to say that I never imagined that I would be managing a pandemic, and particularly a pandemic that has had multiple kind of crescendos and decrescendos as we've dealt with over the last 18 months. We are seeing deep impact of COVID in this community. in this unique place where, we had all really gotten lean in our organizations, and, that's all well and good when things are running normally, but when you have a pandemic and you need to surge capacity, we simply don't have that surge. And, quite frankly, from an emergency management and EMS side, if we had a disaster in this community, we could call for help and there was help coming, right? If we had a hurricane and we went to the coast, there was somebody that was built here and we had resources to send to the coast. A pandemic impacts every single community. So we have no surge capacity kind of across the U.S. And that's what's making this so different. And then I think the other part that's been interesting for me is that my employees are a microcosm of community, right? So they also have family members that are sick. They also are getting sick. And quite frankly, they've been working in high levels of personal protective equipment, et cetera, for 18 months. And last month was the busiest month in the history of the ambulance service in Guilford County. So we typically run 220 calls a day. We run 84,000 calls a year. We're a big ambulance service, an urban provider. We have hundreds of providers that work for us. But last month, instead of 7,000 calls in the month, we ran 8,000 calls. That was 30 additional calls per day. When we get to the hospitals, the emergency rooms are literally stacked full of patients. And so the result of that is it's difficult to get our patients moved over into the appropriate areas for care. It's full upstairs. They can't get patients out of the EDs. It is a whole issue right now in general. Now, politics aside, right, one of the things that's different with this run of COVID than what we saw last spring is the fact that we do have vaccine available this time. And I will tell you that we are seeing significantly less severe illness in the vaccinated. That is just simply a medical statement. That is not a political statement in any way. 90% of the people that are in the hospital right now admitted, and almost every ICU patient is unvaccinated. So, it's personal choice. I believe strongly in personal choice, particularly in your healthcare. But that being said, I was one of the first people to be vaccinated when the vaccine became available. We are seeing a bit of relief this week on call volume. Thank goodness, right? I mean, I literally was working employees to a level they have never been worked in the history of EMS. And that causes attrition. It causes people to be injured. It causes people not to be able to come back tomorrow. And I'm at the point we're losing people out of healthcare. And that's true of nursing. That's true of every level of healthcare, not just where I sit. So, this pandemic is still there. This disease is still in our community. And one of the things that I kind of remind people about Delta is that Delta, in and of itself, if you look at severeness of illness and all the other factors, they're very similar. What we saw in the spring of last year, what we're seeing now. What we see with Delta is it's more contagious. So, this is straight fact. You carry 1,000 times the viral load in your nose with Delta than you did with Alpha. So if I cough or sneeze, then I aerosolize more opportunities for people to pick up that virus. So, do masks help? Yes, because they cut down on transmission of particle. By the same token, if you're wearing a mask, it cuts down on your inhalation of particle. It does not save you from getting an infection. The only way we can do that is to go to an encapsulated type of respirator and et cetera, and none of us can live in that, right? And working in it 12 hours a day in this kind of weather, can't do it, right? So we have to use the best we have, but you will see our guys kind of changing the way we approach calls. We're carrying in less equipment because the more equipment we carry in, the more opportunity for cross-contamination. We've had to change some of the medical procedures we do because things that aerosolize the virus are particularly dangerous, not only to bystanders, but also to the public as a whole, and to our provider. You're seeing us having to make hospital decisions after consult with them about who has availability right now. For non-acute issues right now, it is not uncommon for you to have to wait 12 hours or more in a hospital emergency department before you're seen. So we are looking for alternatives of care, urgent cares, telehealth options, primary care physicians' offices, et cetera, for folks. If you have an acute illness, you're still being seen and treated well, right? So one of the things that we've always told people is, we spent my whole career getting everybody to understand the most known number in America, 911. We don't want people to quit calling, but if you think you can get expedited care because you are congested and you're going to an emergency room, it's It's no faster in an ambulance than it is any other way. So this is a very interesting thing that we're dealing with. And, I think we're all waiting to see when the other shoe drops, what's next. We're all hearing about Lambda and other versions of the virus that's continuing to mutate. One of the things that I will say from an epidemiology side is that part of the conversation around vaccine is if we can decrease the amount of illness in a community, then you cut down on the amount of mutant viruses that also are generated. Viruses mutate. I mean, if you go back in history and look at any virus, they change over time. And so this is no different than that. This one is just particularly impactful, I think. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Mr. Albright, any chance of getting those poor ambulance ladies a raise?
So we are actively working with our Board of County Commissioners right now, Mr. Rigsby.
Good,
To
good.
see what opportunities, quite frankly, we are not where we need to be a market and pay anyway. But this has really emphasized to us and to our elected officials, I think, the need for us to make some adjustments.
I know, coming from a public safety standpoint, I know the deficit of employees that you're dealing with, because everybody's dealing with them, and at 18 months, we're worn out. So I'm sure you guys are too. So I appreciate what you do, though. Thank you.
Yeah, I happened to be on the news tonight, and somebody called me on the way up here and told me that I looked tired. And I thought, now, I'm not out providing care every day. If you wanna look at tired, go look at my staff.
Yeah.
And, they get off late, they come in early, and, they get an extra call at the end of their shift. They don't get to go home at the end of the day. They get to go home when the work is done. And, we know how impactful that is on them and their families. So certainly appreciate all their contributions.
Mr. Albright, one question that you're talking about EMS, one of the questions I get quite a bit, probably more than anything, is ambulance service. Folks are always asking, and I mean, it's not a lot, but quite a few as far as concerns. Why don't we have an ambulance out here? It's a long way to the hospital. I know we got a good fire department. I mean, it's no doubt about that. But folks ask that question, and they wonder what it would take, to have one station down here.
So I'm gonna give you that answer because I've been answering this question for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And I've ridden those ambulances for a long, long time.
Yeah.
First and foremost, we always have constraints, like any other government organization and et cetera. Number two, we have a medic unit that has served this community since 1979 when it was put in. And the advantage of a medic unit is it runs the call and it typically stays in the district. If I put a transport ambulance out here, then it goes to town and it may stay there for a long period of time because it's transported. You have more availability of a rapid response paramedic with the system we have in place in rural Guilford County right now than in any other county in the state that I'm aware of. And quite frankly, be careful what you ask for, because if you get it, you may not be satisfied. And I've just simply referred to Jamestown as an example. We had a medic unit there for years. We converted it to a transport at the urging of the community, and that unit transports out of Jamestown to Greensboro and High Point, and it spends most of its shifts in those respective cities. And the former town manager told me one time, he said, I wish I'd never asked to make that modification. I will tell you, we're trying to add some additional medic units as well, to try to increase the amount of those quick response units that are out in the county. They're full paramedic capability. They are transport capable. You do have an incredible fire department, and I think that part is what bridges that gap in this community. But by the same token, I'll certainly take your concerns forward. And in my CIP, quite frankly, I do have an ambulance base to be considered in the northwest part of Guilford County, to be shared kind of between Summerfield, Stokesdale, and Oak Ridge.
So you're saying that we're better off like we are?
I'm just saying, if you understand all the dynamics of the system, you're getting a paramedic to you relatively quickly in this system almost every single time.
Right.
If it became a transport ambulance only, then the availability may not be as high.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of our QRVs. I'm also a fan of the history of where they came from and et cetera, but I can't promise what the next director, what their philosophy will be. But I rode on those trucks, and I started riding on Medic One when I was a very young paramedic in 1990. So, and I have some real sentiment for the way that we provide the service up here.
Well, so now I've got a tape I can clip, and then I can play what you had to say, because I couldn't say what you said.
And then when people ask me, then I can say, hey, you know,
Well, and I will tell you, if we ever have a long response time, your chief is good enough to call me and give me the particulars of that particular response and where I did not meet his expectations. And, we've been having that conversation, Todd, for how many years? 25 plus? So I can promise you that he advocates on behalf of your citizens at a level that, you should be very proud.
okay, well, I mean, we've got something now to tell people, so that's,
One
good.
quick thing, just to let you know, there's a lease in one of the buildings downtown across from the fire station for a new urgent care to be put in by an ER doc, board-certified doc. So I'm not sure about the, Patty, I think I read that in your, do you have any of the particulars at this point, or is it still week by week?
I mean, they hope to be up and going by the end of this year, so within the next
3 to
couple
4
months.
months? Okay, so Jim, that's
It's up
something
in
that
the air,
you'll,
so that's all I know.
you may, and Todd may be lucky, they may be going to there instead of pulling on his ramp and jumping and running. So just to let you know that the medic truck may be going to that address after a week or two, they'll know it pretty by heart.
Yeah, we
Probably.
certainly, there are a lot of people that could seek care in urgent care.
Sure.
The problem they're facing right now is when you go to the urgent care, there's a wait there as well. And those waits are often very, very long.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just how much pressure is on healthcare right now.
Yep.
And when people say, is this a system problem? The answer is yes, but it's the entire national system. It's not isolated to a particular provider, et cetera. We basically don't have hospital rooms in the state of North Carolina. And truthfully, we have a large concentration of hospitals here. My colleagues in the other parts of the state, particularly the extreme west and the northeastern parts of North Carolina, the stories are actually scary. What you're hearing with difficulty in getting patients into a hospital or getting patients moved to a higher level of care out of those critical access facilities. So we're very fortunate to have so many good health systems.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. And thank you to all your personnel. Next item on the agenda, review and approve the minutes. Unless there's objection, let's look at all of those at once. The May 13th, 2021, the August 24th, 2021, the closed session from August 24th, 2021. Are there any additions or corrections to those minutes?
there's just one thing that I caught after my second reading, and it's just a word, so it's not a big deal, but it does need to be fixed. It's on page 4 of page 4 on the May 13th minutes. At the very bottom, it said that I stated this keeps someone from having to go through reasoning. That should have been a rezoning. I read over that and didn't see it, and then I read back over the minutes again.
So we can
And,
strike that and put.
Just needs to be rezoning is all. That's the only thing that would trip somebody up, what we're doing reasoning about. I don't think.
Okay, with that change, I make a motion that we approve the May 13th, the August 24th, and the August 24 closed session meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call a question, Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Derek? Aye. Jimmy?
Aye.
Darren? And I. I forgot, we're going to bring item number 9 up. Discussion on services provided by Republic Waste. Representative from Public Waste will be on hand to discuss any service issues with citizens. Jim, do you want to comment before they come up to the podium?
Yes, so, everyone knows we're under contract with Republic Services. We were under a 2-year contract, and we agreed to go to a year extension due to the pandemic and some other operational issues. We also, in lieu of them raising the rates that was in the contract, we agreed to go to every other week recycling. So that is why we went to every other week recycling, was to basically save everybody some money on their monthly bill, or quarterly bill. So, with that contract does come up next year for renegotiation or re-looking at. So, I wanted to ask the people from Republics to come in and kind of give us an overview of where they're at service-wise. We do constantly get some issues or calls about services in town. you know, we're all citizens here, so we all have the same concerns you guys have about our garbage being picked up on time and that kind of stuff. So I wanted to ask Mr. Fernandez and Mr., I'll just call him Joe, because I'm not sure I can get his last name right. If y'all want to come up to the podium here and just give us an overview of where you guys are at with services right now and anything that's affecting your ability to service the community. And what we'll do is, once they get done, if anybody has any concern, we'll just ask them to step outside at the end. And anybody wants to speak to them individually about their own individual concerns, just walk out with them. And that way we won't, everybody won't hear your business in here, so.
Well,
Go ahead.
that sounds good, but I do want to give anybody an opportunity to address council if you have any concerns for council, you know, for Republic Waste. So we still will have citizen comments at a later portion in the meeting, so
Yes,
you absolutely will have that opportunity, if you wish.
go ahead.
Welcome.
All right, thank you for having us as council, right, we appreciate the invite. Mr. Albright, thank you for your time, right, we tend to think about the struggles that we're having in the trash industry, and it probably pales in comparison to what y'all fight on a daily basis. So, hey, you know, few things, there's sort of, I guess, three things I wanted to address, right? You're not gonna get any excuses from me, right? So just for formalities, I'm the general manager. I oversee Greensboro, Winston-Salem. My boss, Joe Salamone, is director of operations, oversees, you know, the Mid-Atlantic area. Hey, look, I also told the council that I wasn't gonna come in here and give a lot of excuses, right? When it came to the impacts of COVID, labor shortage, look, there's a lot of macroeconomic factors that has just plagued our industry, right? But I think there's a fine line between reasons and excuses. At the end of the day, y'all pay us monthly, quarterly, and we got a job to do, and our job is to pick up your trash. I don't believe that we've done a great job. I think our service levels have improved, you know, greatly from, you know, I'll tell you, when I first moved to Stokesdale personally, I was introducing myself to a neighbor, and the neighbor said, "Hey, neighborhood's great, trash service sucks." He did not know I worked for Republic Services. That was my start in the trash industry, you know, in this area. And, you know, it's been a struggle. Look, we continue to invest in our fleet. We continue to invest in ways. Right now, we're the only trash provider in Guilford County that offers a $7,500 sign-on bonus. We have increased wages by over 38% since I took over as a manager. Look, it's tough to get folks in seats, but you know, an elephant in the room for us is it is extremely difficult to get a hold of Republic Services. You call, there's a 1-800 number that you speak to a robot about, and it's a constant loop, and it's just not a great experience. So we got to fix that, and we're going to fix that. So one of the things that we've done, or a few things we've done, and we're going to continue to do, is worked with corporate IT, right? Not the fanciest thing in the world, but we're going to have an email address that's strictly for the residents of Stokesdale, right? And the vision there and the goal there is we're hiring an additional ops clerk, we're hiring an additional dispatcher, and they are going to have a mission that when there's an email or a call that comes from Stokesdale or another municipality, they're not going home until at least those customers are spoken to, right? I wish we batted 100%. I pick up 264,000 homes a month, and we miss 300. It doesn't sound like a big deal statistically, but when it's your trash that's missed, that's a bad day, and we get it, right? But when somebody says they're gonna be on delays and there's no follow-up after that, hey, it's frustrating, right? And again, as a Stokesdale resident, I'll say I have a little bit of an advantage. The drivers don't skip George's house, but that's not fair to y'all, right? You know, but they'll find a way to not make sure my neighbors might be skipped. But no, hey, kidding aside, right? We got to find a way to elevate that customer experience because the call center's not keeping their end of the deal. So I'll have that email address for y'all, right, within 24 hours. We'll have a phone number for folks to call. I can't have that available 24 hours a day. But we got to get to the point that if somebody gets missed, they can speak to a human being, right? And said, hey, listen, it may not be 7 o'clock tonight because we have some constraints from a legal standpoint with the Department of Transportation. Hey, you have a person who has the ability to dispatch a driver out there the next day, right? Look, and again, we're improving our staffing levels. We're improving the reliability of our fleet. And I think a really, really big elephant in the room for us was switching to every other week service. Okay, that caused a lot of heartburn, I think rightfully so. The pandemic brought a lot of trash from businesses to curbside. So it was agreed on a few years ago to do that. It was probably a really, really tough time to make that switch and say, hey, listen, you know, you're ordering more stuff from Amazon, you're just home more often, and now we're gonna go every other week, right? we are 100% on board with going back to the negotiation table and say, hey, if we got to go back to weekly service because the Stokesdale residents are going to be better off, let's just figure out a way to make that work, right? You know, our drivers, they see it, right? They go to the curb now, you got trash piling up more than it was before. It's taxing on both ends. I just don't want anybody here to think we're closed-minded and we're not willing to go back to that option. Joe, you got anything to add?
Hey, you're pretty good, George. You just covered it up. No, hey, look, I'll say this. Joe Salamone, Director of Operations. I've been in the waste industry for over 30 years, so I've seen a lot. Been with Republic for 18, in this role for 2.5 years, so I covered the state of North Carolina, basically. And George said it right. You know, I think about my house in Charlotte, and you know, I live in the garbage recycling business. And if I didn't take my recycling out every other week, it would probably get left in the garage sometimes. But I just know, because I'm just in tune with it, right? And it's always full after 2 weeks. So I happened to see the driver today and wanted to share this with you. I just asked the driver, happened to be a Stokesdale driver that came through today, and I said, hey, tell me, how is Stokesdale recycling? He, oh, man, they recycle in Stokesdale. I said, well, that's great. The avid recycling community. And I said, well, tell me this. If, you know, I said, how's it going from weekly to every other week? He goes, it's not good. He goes, there's extra coming out of the container, there's some on the ground. He goes, really, we need to go back to weekly. And I said, so if I asked you roughly out of how many homes you service, which is service with about 700 for that day, he said about half could use an extra car or would prefer to go to the weekly service. That's him on boots on the ground that's telling us this information. So like George said, hey, it's just real. I mean, we've seen a spike in disposal, we've seen a spike in recycling, people are working out of the home. This pandemic has reared its head again, people are afraid to go out. We're just generating more. We're just generating more. So, of course, we're the ones that service you, and you know, so we're here with solutions. We don't want to come here and tell you that you know, it sounded good going to every other week. Probably works in some cities. This city's obviously probably not working. So we just need to regroup and look at some options. But again, I thank you for allowing us to service Stokesdale. It's been I think over 5 years, and I can tell you that me personally, being in this role for 2.5 years, I hired George just over a year ago, hired a new operations manager, I've hired 3 new supervisors. I'm committed. You know, I spend a lot of time in Greensboro. It's actually one of the locations that, you know, since we've got a new management team, I spend time with, and we're getting better. First thing I wanted to know, I said, hey, I want to see your misses from last year, January to August, versus this year from January to August. Now, George said, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We can't answer the phone very well at corporate, so we're going to give you a better option there, as George mentioned. But we have gone from 500 roughly misses, 502 I think it was last year, to 302, 301. 40% improvements. Not where we want to be, but it could be more than that because maybe you can't get through. I don't know that, but I just want to say we're committed to making it better.
Okay. Any questions?
I do have one question, and I'll be brief. Thank you so much for coming, guys. I know I know it's tough getting in front, but I thought you said some pretty cool things. An observation I have: I live pretty much next door to here in a subdivision where there's more dense housing, and quite frankly, I haven't had any issues. But I can look around in the room and I see 2 friends of mine that live further down 65 in neighborhoods or not even subdivisions per se. And it's not as dense as where I live. And they're the ones that I perceive seem to get missed continuously. Obviously a lot more than me because I have no personal complaints, but why is it? Are they just the last guys on the route? And what is stopping those guys from the outskirts of town from having the most, or why are they having the most service issues?
Yeah, hey, it'd be real tough for me to give an exact reason as to why that happens, more consistently. What I'll say is obviously when it's dense, Blue can't pick it up. Blue can't pick it up,
Sure.
right? The minute you throw a new driver on a route, and again, I don't like going down this path because I don't want it to come across as an excuse, but now all of a sudden they forget, right? They say, this is the neighborhood, do the neighborhood, and don't take another right. A lot of folks would be shocked to see the technological limitations that exist. I mean, you get UPS can tell you when the driver's breathing or blocked down the road. It's not the same case in trash, and again, not an excuse, but a lot of tribal knowledge exists. But the way I look at it, right, is I get one chance to miss you. It shouldn't happen again, right? So the way our processes should be is no matter where you live, dense or not dense, if I miss you once, you got to go to a priority list, right? And the path forward for us is if I miss Joe Salamone, well, next week, guess what? I'm telling the driver, don't miss Joe Salamone again, right? We're not following that process right now. What are we doing? We're missing Joe Salamone, and Joe Salamone has to call us 12 times and then call the council, right? So there's processes in place because the technology is not there. We gotta follow through a little better and see it through to its rightful conclusion. You know, I think that's the problem.
I do have,
Hiring that operations clerk, that extra help in the office, we've seen a few repeats that I hate to see. That's just, to me, you fail once, but you don't fail twice. That's just, you lose a lot of credibility there.
I do have one question, and I'm very conscious of the blind spots on trucks. I did 30 years of commercial vehicle enforcement, been under many of trucks, weighed many of trucks. But when the truck picks up the can, you know, with the arm and leaves trash on the ground, can the driver see that trash, or is there maybe a mechanism to sweep those neighborhoods, come back through, and if there's a large amount of trash, obviously right beside the trash can, you know, somebody just get out and pick it up before the homeowner gets home. I mean, he comes home, he sees his trash all over the ground. I mean, you know, you don't have any positive coming out of that.
No, it'd be hard to find positive there. So, you know, I think there's two things, right? I think going to every week service is going to eliminate the overflow of the cans, because those cans, when they're overflowing, the minute the arm grabs it, trash is coming out, right? And I think a good practice is until we build that credibility, we got pickup trucks, right? If a supervisor has to, we service Stokesdale once a week, right? If a supervisor has to come around the street, I think the optics of that, when folks see that, hey, these folks are trying to improve that, but that goes back to building credibility, and we got to put ourselves in a situation where folks don't have to wait 2 weeks to get serviced or whatever the every other week cycle is. That should help that process as well.
And then from a garbage standpoint, look, we need to do better of communicating while we have the email address we're setting up for y'all. If it's a large family, you know, asking those questions, do you need an extra car? You know, you have 8 members in a family, one car's not gonna get it. And if it's consistently that way, and, you know, we see that. We see maybe out of 2,000 homes, 50 to 100 need an extra car. No two ways about it. And we need to be proactive and reach out to those folks before it becomes an issue. So that's really what it gets down to is, for the experts, we need to be more proactive.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So if you guys would just step out, and anybody wants to speak to them individually, you can step out with them and take this opportunity to resolve your issues.
Hey,
Thank you.
But could y'all please come back, though? Because I would like for y'all to hear any citizen comments about that. So,
Next item on the agenda, report from the fire chief.
Good evening again. Hope everyone's doing well. For the month of August, our run tally was a total of 87 calls. Of those, 39 were fire-related, 48 were rescue-related, which includes vehicle accidents. So we're staying pretty steady around that 87 to 90 per month run. Nothing major, thank goodness, other than we're still addressing a lot of the same issues that Director Albright talked about his organization has. We have it just on a first responder level out here to our citizens in our district. So for I guess our safety tip for the month, is just something that sometimes we don't think about, but we notice it sometimes on fires and things like that. And that's just a reminder about where you store your fuels. We see people put it under a house, crawl space, bad place. A lot of times people will put it in basements, their gas cans and I say that for your lawnmower, for your chainsaws, for your weed eaters, that type stuff. So those are only just more accelerants for a fire should you have something. And a lot of times, if you take a look, where are those spaces located? They're under bedrooms, so a very bad place. So we just urge you, if you're storing them in a closed garage, if you're storing them in a basement, or if you have them in a crawl space or something of that nature, we would urge you to take a look at putting them somewhere else, because it's much safer should you have a problem. It may give us a little bit more of a fighting chance opposed to a 2.5-gallon gas can melting and the gas running, and obviously with fire doubling in size every minute, that just makes it that much worse.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Do you still have a service for folks that need a smoke detector but are unable to put it in place?
We do. And if you will call the station, we have two options. We will either bring it to you and we will install it for you if you don't have the means to install it. Or a lot of people come by the station. The only thing we ask is we just keep a record on file of where the smoke detectors have gone out to, and it kind of helps us plan for the next year, how many we purchase and what we do. But
And
sure.
that's at no cost to any resident?
No, it's
correct?
no cost, and if you've bought them and you just can't put them up yourself, if you'll let us know, we'll come out and help you. If you've got one that's broken and you can't get one, call us. We will come and, we will put it up. We'll loan you one, whatever we need to do. We want to make sure that everybody has working smoke detectors because they are proven to be a lifesaver.
I believe we had a fatal in, was it Summerfield earlier in the week?
I'm sorry?
Did we have a fatal? Sir?
Northeast.
Northeast, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, out on Locust Grove, so.
And, yes,
But they do save lives.
yeah, they
And
did.
if we can assist you, give us a call. We'll be more than happy. Bring you one, come help you put it up. We get a lot of calls. I'll be honest with you, just to share this. A lot of houses now, especially the newer houses, the smoke detectors are what's called wired in succession. So that means they're electric and they have to have a backup. So you can have one detector that's going bad, it's going off, but it may be showing. So you just have to track back and find which one of the detectors are. If you're having that problem, call. We're well versed in helping folks track those down. We will come out and assist you in that as well. Our phone rings a lot of times. We don't get a 911 call on it, but they call into the station, and yes, we will come out and help you in the middle of the night. Like I said, our fear is that one time that detector quits working could be that one time that you need it the most.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Administrative report, Dale.
This month we had, put 38 new meters, 37 811, 21 work order, 41 water bills went out. The village ordered additional meters to ensure we had demand on supply on hand for additional orders coming in. We contacted the insurance company, I think you all aware of this. We've been working with the, they can go out and, every year we have to, that's being reviewed based on our residents. Been working with cold water, meeting the performance bond from the work with the, Angel developer on that. We never finalized. And, send some renewal information to the, for that. And just yesterday. We'll need to review that.
Okay.
Does that,
Didn't we just do that there?
could I ask, Jim, is that your okay. Is that,
Management, this is the typical update process.
Yep.
So, every 3 years. It comes around very quickly.
it does? Thank you.
Okay. Any report from the planning board? Any report from the events committee?
Nope, just none other than the parade on the 11th of December, the Christmas parade. Also, I believe there's some good citizen-driven events this weekend with the 9/11 ceremony at the fire station at 11 o'clock on Saturday. There's also an event at the Methodist Church on Saturday as well. And I believe, well, I see Vicky, so Vicky's probably going to speak to it, but that's all I have.
Okay, anything from the property committee?
Todd's wanting to make.
Todd, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. If I could just dovetail for just a moment on Derek's comment. We are having an event at 11 o'clock at the fire station this Saturday. And obviously, it's the remembrance for what happened on 9/11. And we all know what happened that day. But at the end of that ceremony, we're going to have something this year for our own town. And we had an Eagle Scout who done a project, and he actually has done a walkway, and we have a plaque that's going to be dedicated to just the folks that over the years, since 1954, have been involved with the Stokesdale Fire Department, whether they're fire auxiliary, board member, commissioners. Now, the one thing that we didn't do was we had thought about putting names on bricks. The problem was when you go back that far, you don't want to forget somebody. So the scouts will be there. So, we'll invite everybody. If you're not going to one, come to our local one. You'll get to see one of our local youth who put this together, worked with the department on it, and I think everybody will enjoy it. He done a very good job.
Okay,
Cool, thanks, Todd.
thank you. Next item, finance report from Kim Thacker.
I'll start with, general fund first. And, bank appropriation checking from money market. $185,560.33. Our total CDRs is $2,500,000. Fidelity checking for the general fund, petty cash is $150. So total of the bank. $5,842. Our accounts receivable, for the general fund. It's $1,348.50. Water reimbursement. $134.04. And, there's. And the total accounts. And that's what we have, on the budget versus actual, our total, as I just said. $34. And that 1 cent, it varies from 1 cent in rounding. We did receive ARP payment that I discussed, that we were granted. And that was, we've got a few other things. With Fidelity, as far as getting some things approved. That takes care of the general fund. On the water account, our total CDRs, $199,142. The Fidelity, water our CRF fund, the capital reserve fund, and 5 cents. The North Carolina Management Trust. Our savings is $5. So our total bank account, $6,200,000. $98,000. The AR water sales, that is actually for, from 8/31 fiscal year, which I'm gonna give you this fiscal year. And accounts receivable, the balance sheet.
Are most of those delinquent?
Yes, but that does include, like I said last meeting too, commercial, our development. Give and take a little, so
Okay.
that number kind of fluctuates.
Okay.
So I didn't want you to think it goes up. And, same deal on the actual, the budget versus actual, as far as the overhead. And as of right now, we're in budget. I did have a few notes. If anybody has any questions. Okay. The water reimbursement. Is $7,400.11. July and August, so it's just $7,400. Gary's salary and, that does not for the month of August versus that $40,000.
Okay.
You see that 40 grand goes back. So the total years and last, as I just stated, was $40,474.19. I had classes all last. They were very ways. There are sources out there that I can go to for any and all questions that I do have, because I do have a lot of them now. So she's really good. She's a good sidekick to have. And so I have lots of and double checking on segregation, because they're really, we just have a lot here. I'm just, I have completed, I'm almost complete with the water, some more things I need to do for us. But I've got the general, make sure everything's right on water.
When are we going to start the audit process with Mr. Rouse?
I am on my schedule for corporate extensions. I'm hoping to have everything. Well, I'm not gonna say Friday.
At least by October 1st?
Huh?
At least by October 1st?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, okay.
Yes. Does anybody have any questions on?
No. Next item on the agenda, citizens' comments from the floor. If anyone wants to speak, if you will come to the podium and address it, and we'll give you 3 minutes per person.
My name is Mike Crawford. I'm a candidate for mayor of Stokesdale. I've been married to my wife and the love of my life for more than 48 years. And she's a saint. I am the proud father of 2 children who now have families of their own. I've had many jobs. When at 12, I was a florist assistant to cage boy and lifeguard at the local Jamestown swimming pool. Worked for J.C. Penney's as a clerk, catalog manager, I was a chemical salesman. And then I went into business for myself. This lasted successfully for 4 years. I was a certified stockbroker. I was a Hardee's marketing manager. And then back into business for myself again. Successfully operated that business for nearly 35 years, which is what I currently do. I know what it means to make a payroll, whether I get paid or not. I would like to bring my entrepreneurial experience and business acumen skill set to serve as one of Stokesdale's leaders as mayor. I grew up in Jamestown, North Carolina. I know how important it is for a township to maintain its character. I have lived in Stokesdale for 12 years. We're growing and have many opportunities ahead of us. I believe we need more citizen participation in the decisions that our council makes. I believe I can help in this. I seek out for citizen feedback and engagement. The town's webpage is inadequate. We can improve this along with a better social media presence to engage and inform our citizens. We must bring in the community through committees. They're extremely important to keep the council informed. Our park is a big part of our community and has room for improvement through extended walking paths or additional sports venues. I am in favor of supporting and expanding our park. I am all about small business and limited regulations. I am also a pragmatist. We have a beautiful town for business to prosper. I want to protect the businesses we have and entice new businesses to come to Stokesdale. I do believe in government, small and limited. As with the Homeowners Association, I have served for better than 9 years. I have a live and let live attitude. Property rights are sacred, and I would not intentionally infringe on anyone's property. Property equals prosperity. I'm aware the township is a recipient of money that can be used to improve our water system. I will be an honest steward of that funding to get the greatest value for Stokesdale, remembering that I am one of 5. As mayor, I will continue to strive to make Stokesdale first and foremost in any negotiations. I am honest, ethical, consistent, and come with no axe to grind. I have no hidden agenda. I would like very much to serve as the next mayor of Stokesdale. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford, and good luck to you and all the other candidates.
Thank you, John.
Yes, sir. Any other comments from
That's a
Vicki White Lawrence?
I'm Vicki White Lawrence, 8400 West Falls Lane, Stokesdale. I'm speaking tonight, can y'all hear me? Can everybody hear? Okay. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Friends of Stokesdale, Vice President of Friends of Stokesdale, and I want to invite everyone to come to a candidate open house in this room on Thursday, October 7th, 7 o'clock, and again, it'll be hosted by Friends of Stokesdale. We are Patty had a wonderful article about us in the last issue, and because of that article, we had a great turnout at our meeting last night, breathed some new life into our group. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Our purpose is to preserve and promote the historic character of Stokesdale's town core, cultivate civic pride and a sense of local community in the town of Stokesdale, promote educational opportunities across the entire population, and encourage and promote locally owned businesses in Stokesdale. We've been building this organization for about 4 years, and we had, again, our largest turnout last night. We've got some long-term goals, some short-term projects that you'll be hearing more about as well. We encourage you to check us out on Facebook as well as our website, which is friendsofstokesdale.org. So, we're hosting this open house as a community service to our town, And we've invited all of the candidates, there are 6 of them, 2 for mayor, 4 for the council seat. And we hope that all of them will participate. This will be not be a forum. We won't be asking questions of the candidates and getting them to answer. This will be a time where our vision is to have a table for each candidate in this room, set up around the room, and then residents can just go and talk to them individually, ask them the questions that you want answered, so that you can then learn for yourself, what each candidate stands for, and then make your own decision about who you want to vote for. We are nonpartisan. We will not be endorsing any candidate. So this is an opportunity for the residents to learn for themselves and then make that choice. We'll be opening it and closing it just to give general information about early voting sites, that kind of thing, but also to make sure everybody knows November 2nd, they can come and vote here for those candidates. So, appreciate your time, and I hope to see everyone here on October 7th, 7 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Next item on the agenda, rezoning case 2108, STPL 06759. Property is located at 8400 Lyman Street. Property is currently zoned RS40. They're requesting a change to conditional zoning light industrial. It's located at the intersection of Lyman Street and Ellisburg Road, Guilford County, tax parcel 164401. Mr. Bass, our town planner, if you want to present the case, please.
Yes, sir. This case was submitted to the planning board at their August meeting, regular meeting, with a recommendation to approve the conditional zoning, from RS40 to CZLI, which is light industrial. The nature of the request is one that it was to rezone the property from RS40 to CZLI. With regards to the RS40, that's typically a single-family residential zoning district, which is primarily intended to accommodate single-family detached dwellings. With regards to the light industrial district, it is primarily intended to accommodate limited manufacturing, wholesaling, warehousing, and research development and related commercial and service activities. With regards to the conditional zoning, it is established for every district as a companion. All regulations that apply to the general use zoning districts shall also apply to the conditional zoning. All other regulations which may be offered by the property owner as conditions are approved by the town jurisdiction shall also be part of the rezoning process. The area is primarily industrial. Where the property is located is primarily industrial. The existing site is vacant and undeveloped. Surrounding uses is a vacant industrial zone area, zone property. South is an auto repair. East is undeveloped. West is undeveloped with some utilities. And looking at the land use analysis of the property, it is covered under the Stokesdale Land Use Plan adopted 2007. The plan recommendation for the area is town core. Under the town core designation, it recognizes the town core as a center of commerce and social activity that would continue to serve the demands of Stokesdale growing population while maintaining its historic small town appeal. The plan accommodates this through a mixture of commercial, business, institutional, and residential uses, accompanied by public open spaces. It is important to have space for business within Stokesdale and also limit the sprawl of such businesses. With regards to the consistency with the plan, the proposed action is consistent with the Stokesdale Land Use Plan because the proposed conditions and sketch plan would limit the site, although it's zoned industrial, it would limit to a site that for a commercial use, which is a type of use that is listed as a potential type of use in the town core. Therefore, the staff recommend that the action is reasonable because the parcel is adjacent to industrial zone property on 3 sides. The proposed use is in the application and the sketch plan is allowed in the commercial district, such as the GB and HB, and is therefore consistent with the uses that are accommodated in the town core. In addition, if approved, an amendment to the Stokesdale land use plan would not be required.
Any questions of Mr. Bass? Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this rezoning request? Is Mr. Cruz here? I didn't see him. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this? Then I'll close the public portion of the hearing and the matter rests with council.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve case number 21-08-STPL-06579 located at 8400 Lyman Street from RS40 to CZZI. And this is based off staff recommendation, planning board recommendation, and being consistent with the Stokesdale future land use plan.
I'll second.
Have a motion to second. Any discussion? I call a question. Mr. Rigsby?
Jim Rigsby's aye.
Derek?
Derek's aye.
Jimmy?
Jimmy's aye.
Darren?
Aye.
And I. Okay. Next item on the agenda is a Board of Adjustments. And so the council is going to take a recess, and then we're going to reconvene as a Board of Adjustments. And in the meantime, I'm going to call the people who have asked to speak on this case, if they will come to the table, and Ms. Martin will administer an oath certifying that you're basically presenting the facts and those kinds of things. Even Mr. Bass will do that. So we'll take about a 5-minute recess while that process is going on. And then we'll reconvene. And this is a little bit different than a zoning case. What this is a finding of facts. The person that's requested the variance is going to have to present facts relevant to the case. They're going to have to show evidence that they have a hardship, and that's the purpose of the variance. So we ask that you not give basically your opinion, but basically facts if that's possible. A little bit different, but if you will, just please come and be sworn in, and we'll take about a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back and have the hearing.
In reality, that was probably more constructive.
Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand.
Has everyone had a chance to be sworn in that wants to speak?
Good luck. Hey, mount.
Better be careful, see, you're around here.
We ain't back in orders.
Be careful down here now.
Where'd Jim go? Where's Jim?
Probably in line. I would imagine. All right.
Okay, I'm going to call the town council meeting sitting as a Board of Adjustment to order. We're going to hear a case, Board of Adjustment variance case 21-07, STPL 06273, property located at 8306 Misty Meadow Drive, Stokesdale. And Mr. Bass, I'll let you make comments from the planning board, the planning staff.
My name is Oliver Bass, Guilford County Planning Department. This is a case for a variance to section 6-5.5 of the Stokesdale Development Ordinance, which states that no fence for residential uses shall exceed 4 feet in the height up to the front setback line, and no fence shall exceed 8 feet in height behind the front setback line. The applicant is requesting a variance to install an 8-foot-high fence beginning approximately 77 feet from the front property line, which is in the front of the front setback line of the existing residence. The property is located at 8306 Misty Meadow Drive, Guilford County Tax Parcel 166844, Stokesdale, North Carolina. Zoning is RS40. The applicant and property owner is Daniel Kelly and Michael Kelly. I'm sorry? Michelle, I'm sorry. Michelle Kelly, I'm sorry. Property specifics. Generally, what I just went over, Daniel and Michelle Kelly is the owners. It's located 8306, zone RS40 in a single-family dwelling. Surrounding uses are single-family on all sides, front, north, south, east, and west. So the approximate building setbacks based on measurements using the Guilford County GIS data viewer. The subject property, the setback is approximately 442 feet. That's approximately based on the county GIS. For the 8305 Misty Meadow, which is south of the property, the setback is 147 feet. In 8304 Misty Meadow, the setback is 361 feet. Just going over the required findings as you deliberate and make your decision under the Stokesdale Development Ordinance. A variance may be granted by a 4/5 majority vote of the Board of Adjustment if evidence is presented by the applicant that persuades it to reach the following conclusions. And I won't read through the whole thing, but generally it requires an unnecessary hardship that will result from the strict application of the ordinance. The hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property, which may include location, size, or topography. The hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner with regards to purchase, the act of purchasing the property with knowledge that circumstances exist may justify the granting of a variance shall not be regarded as a self-created hardship, and the variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance. I provided a worksheet for the Board of Adjustment youth in making this decision and conclusion and findings of fact that's required by state statutes. And that concludes my report.
I have one question for you, Oliver.
Yes, sir.
How large a track is this?
I'm
Do you
sorry.
know?
This track is approximately, let me see, I had that somewhere.
6 acres, okay. Any other questions of Mr. Bass?
Yeah, I've got a question, I guess. I see they're doing several different things with the fence. The 4 foot in the front, I guess the columns, and the 4 foot going 70 foot, that's not in question here for this variance, is it?
No, that's not in question.
The only things in question is the 100 and.
It's the 8 foot in front of the residence.
That's the only things in question, everything else is,
Correct.
That and the height.
yeah.
The height of it.
If they were doing 4 foot, it wouldn't even be a need for it, right? Is that
If they
correct?
were doing 4 foot to the point that it's in the front, where it meets the front setback line, and 8 foot behind the front setback line, it would not be required. That's allowed by ordinance.
Right. Okay. So how did, they come in to get a permit? I mean, there's no permit for a fence, right?
There is no permit for a fence. No, no, sir.
There's no setback as far as how far you can be, have to
There's
be
no
on the
set-
property line or anything?
No setback on how far you need to be on a property line. There is requirement, even though there are requirements on height, restrictions on height of the fence, there's no permits required.
Right.
And there's no, it has to be on the property line, at least on the property line.
So they approached you because they knew the 8 foot was not in they needed a variance for it? I mean,
Well, they knew, when they contacted me, they were aware that because it was exceeded 4 feet in the front of the setback line, that they would be
okay,
required to get a variance.
okay. And you suggested that they get a variance?
That's what they did, that was their decision. I didn't make any recommendation on the variance
No
request.
recommendation. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions of Mr. Bass?
Just for clarity, so the setback line on the front, if the fence is behind the setback line at 8 feet, that would be acceptable without a variance. But
Correct.
because this is going to be in front of the setback line, then that's the cause for the variance.
Yeah, so the variance is needed to the point where it's in front of the setback line.
So how far is the setback line from the, I guess, the roadway? And then how far is do they want to put the fence from the road?
Now, I measured it at 443 feet. At 440 feet, so that's probably, it's conservative. It may be a little bit more than that officially.
And they want to put the fence between the setback line and the road.
Yeah, so starting at 77 feet from the property line, from the right-of-way and property line, they want it, from that point on to the front setback line, they are asking for 8 feet, a variance of 8, to allow 8 feet fence height.
So you're saying the front setback line is 400 feet, a little over?
Yeah, that's what a home is set. It's what a home is set, not the minimum setback line, but where the home
where the
is
home's actually
situated,
set.
actually situated on the site.
Okay. Any more questions? Then we'll open the public portion of the hearing. The first two people, well, first person, Daniel Kelly, I'm sorry.
Some of this might be a little bit of review from what Mr. Bass has already said, but my name is Daniel Kelly, and I'm here with my wife, Michelle Kelly. And of course, we're here today to request this approval to make some additional improvements on our property. I believe you all have a copy of the plan, as well as a lot of pictures. The plan includes the 2 columns at the entrance along the driveway. There'll also be a gate across the driveway behind the columns.
And the plan also includes 2 different types of fencing. And I guess it's already been discussed. Our understanding, of course, was that any fence taller than 4 feet in front of the front setback required the approval from the town council. That's why we're here. I'll start with the columns. These will be placed about 15 feet back from the road on both sides of the driveway. They'll be a typical size, about 2 feet by 2 feet, 5 to 6 feet tall with lights on them. Our neighbor on the northwest side has similar columns, and they're very typical of what's seen around the area. We may also have the gate installed behind the columns. The gate would be about 4 feet tall, so it would be within the regulations. Coming off one of the stone columns would be a 4-foot tall decorative aluminum fence running along the front of the property over to the one corner. The same fence would run then down the property line to about, as Mr. Bass said, about 77 feet, which is the next corner. At that point, that's where we would like to install an 8-foot tall wooden fence that would run down through the ravine between the houses to a length of about 150 feet. And then there's a second 8-foot fence that we would also like to request approval for, which is, if you look on the map, there's a parking pad on the east side of the shed. And we would like to put an 8-foot tall privacy fence around the parking pad there. I have a couple of trailers parked there. So with this plan, we recognize that both the 8-foot fences require approval, but we weren't sure about the columns. We weren't sure if they were sort of controlled within the 4-foot fence thing or just not even applicable since they're not a fence. We have provided numerous pictures of examples from the area of columns and fencing that's in front of setbacks that are greater than 4 feet in height, including some in our neighborhood. And I think that covers what we're here for. Questions?
Can I ask a question for Mr. Kelly, Tom? Is it Tom? Okay. Mr. Kelly, a question I have is, I'm assuming there's restricted covenants in the HOA?
Our house, as well as the 3 others in the court there, are not part of the HOA.
Okay,
They were, as I understand it, owned by a different developer, so not part of that neighborhood association.
okay.
Mr. Kelly, got a question for you. Some of the pictures of properties in the neighborhood, like the one at 8505 Warner Road, I think that it's probably,
That's not in Stokesdale.
yeah, 8215 Hall River Road. Those are actually in the town of Summerfield. Our property line is on the, I'm not sure if that's the east side of Warner Road. The house with the big fence around it that's been abandoned for a while, that is actually in the town limits of Oak Ridge.
Okay. Was not aware of that.
Okay?
It's right on the line. It's
Yeah.
next, just, like I said,
The one at 8505 Warner Road?
big house.
The vacant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in Oak Ridge.
You going down a little bit on that side of the road is in Stokesdale.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not in Stokesdale.
Okay? If you're through, Michelle Kelly, do you wish?
If I needed to add anything, I'd fill out the form, but I don't feel like I need it.
Okay. And we're going to give you a time for rebuttal in a second. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this Board of Adjustments case? Then we have some people wishing to speak in opposition. Let me see. Carol Vanderveet. And I hope I didn't butcher your name too bad, Ms. Vanderbeek.
Hi, good evening. I'm Carol Vanderveer. I live at 8305 Misty Meadow Drive. My husband and I have lived there about 15 years. We live in a beautiful rural community. The proposed variance will directly affect us and our neighbors. I am of the belief that people should be allowed to do what they want on their property as long as it does not negatively affect the surrounding neighbors. When the Kellys wanted to put a large shed in their front yard, we did not object to the variance they needed. We live in a very wooded area with many evergreens and hardwoods. You will see from my pictures, I cannot see their house. I believe the pictures the Kelly submitted is misleading, as it is taken from the road and you can see my whole house. I sit back approximately 140 feet and the Kellys sit back about 475 feet, quite a distance behind my home. When you decide on whether to approve a variance, I know you must weigh the benefits to the requester versus the negative impacts on the neighbors. As such, I will address some of the issues that the requester has noted as being a need for having an 8-foot privacy fence. Number one, keeping the dog safe and other animals out of the property. As the provided documents show, a 4-foot fence will be placed at the entrance and an 8-foot privacy fence only along 150-foot section along my property line. Installing an 8-foot fence would provide no additional benefits that a 4-foot fence would provide. Any animal would simply walk around the fence. Number two, keeping animals, people, etc. away from a proposed 16-foot by 20-foot by 3-foot deep koi pond. I'm not even sure how something that large doesn't have its own regulations, but that's another issue. In our area, we have raccoon, coyote, red fox, deer, bear, hawks, etc. A partial fence, whether 4-foot, 8-foot, or 20-foot, would not deter any animals as they would simply walk around it. Number three, privacy. This fence will provide no additional privacy or safety. Their house is in the middle of 6 acres of evergreens and hardwoods. More than 50 evergreens have been planted in just that 150-foot stretch. If someone has the inclination to enter their property, they can enter from anywhere around the 6 acres. My pictures will show that there is not a privacy issue. Number four, the requester has also stated that a fence is not required on the other side of the property because of a stream. Also, as my pictures will show, there is not a stream on the other side of the property. It is simply a runoff ditch which is dry except for when it rains. As you can see from my petition, I have been joined by my neighbors to ask you not to grant this variance and change the visual dynamics of our neighborhood. Of the 33 homes in our immediate area and that were home at the time, 24 have indicated their wish to have this variance denied. That is an overwhelming majority. We have laws and rules to protect our citizens, to live in peace and enjoyment. Granting such a variance would greatly diminish our quality of peace and enjoyment of our property. From our front porch, our only view will be of an 8-foot fence. Solid fence for the length of our driveway. No longer will we have the ability and enjoyment of watching nature, the exact reason we chose this location so many years ago. I hope that you will take into consideration the negative effect this variance will have on the whole of the neighborhood, and most directly, my husband and I. It is our belief the negative consequences of this variance are evident and should be highly considered in your evaluation of the requested variance. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to voice my concerns. I believe you all have the petition and everything that I have. Is there any questions you have for me regarding the pictures?
Yes, ma'am. Do you object to the 8-foot fence around the parking area?
Well, it doesn't, I don't see it, so they can put a fence around there as long as it's just that parking thing, that they don't extend it out any further.
So you don't object to that around?
Nah.
Okay.
No, I don't see it. Actually, it probably will hide some of their junk if.
Okay?
Any other
Nope.
questions?
If no further questions, Andy Marks?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Wait a minute.
Thank you for listening to us. We're the
Oh,
neighborhood.
wait a minute. I'm trying to get the people who've been sworn in. Andy Marks.
Andy, and I'm Chris.
behind us for moral support.
Okay,
We're all neighbors. We all live in the same location as Carol. And we moved here, my husband and I, Alex and I moved here about 12 years ago. And the first person that we really got to know well was Carol, the lady that was just here. And she did a great job. I can't up her on that. But I remember always around Christmas time, she carries cookies around and delivers cookies to the neighborhood. I mean, that's not normal. It's like a little Hallmark neighborhood. And you know, it's so sad. I know those two people. I used to wave to them and talk to them when they would ride their bikes. And I think, why are they tormenting these people? These are the nicest people. If everybody had neighbors like this world would be perfect.
The first time that Carol met her over there, she came up to Carol, excuse me, what's going on, and said, you're gonna have to move your mailbox and you're gonna have to move your driveway.
All irrelevant.
And, well, no, it is relevant. It is relevant.
But this is relevant.
So,
hold it,
so a surveyor came in and saw that.
one speaker at a time. I'll let Tom discuss if it's relevant or not.
Well, you know, those things really are not relevant as to the request for whether an 8-foot fence, you know, versus a
Well, we think
4-foot
it's in
fence.
keeping with this case of harassment.
Well,
We do not think that 8-foot fence would be there if they got along. Because why would you have
That's-
that? Why would you have 4 foot, then 8 foot, and then 4 foot again?
okay. And all I'm saying is that this is an evidentiary hearing, so we're here to hear your evidence as to whether or not an 8-foot fence where they're asking for it, you know,
Not in keeping with our neighborhood.
yeah, and is there a hardship at using a 4-foot fence versus an 8-foot fence? You know, the questions that this board has to answer and what you're talking about does not apply. That won't be one of their findings, so it's not relevant in that sense.
Can I ask one thing, sir?
Certainly.
Just one thing. If the mailbox, yes, we won't bring it up, but that was the initial problem. But who wants an 8-foot fence beside them, especially if you see this neighborhood? It's beautiful. I mean, we have deer, we have fox, and why? Who wants to look at a solid wooden, cold fence? Even though we may live across the street, it's still there. It's like a sound barrier. It's like all of a sudden we don't want you here. And I don't want to live in a neighborhood when people say, I don't want you there. I mean, that's not nice, you know, especially nowadays. But let someone else talk if they want to.
Okay, let me go through the list of people who've asked to be heard and sworn in. John, we have Galland. Do you want to speak? Okay.
Could my husband talk? He didn't sign up because he came in late.
We need to swear him in.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he gets sworn in.
Okay, it's not a problem.
Okay, I can sign.
My name is Alex Berger. I live in 7816.
Yeah. Oh. Hold on, the clerk will take care of it for you.
Thank you.
Other way.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and judgment. Please say it to the mic. Please say it.
Okay.
Let's think if there's anybody else that's not sworn in. Let's just get all of it done.
Does anyone else wish to speak who has not been sworn in? If so, if you will come to Ms. Martin, she can swear you in and then you will speak. Sir, if you'll give your name and address, I missed it and I want to make sure we get it recorded.
Apologize. My name is Alex Berger. I live on 7816 Charles Place Drive. And as my wife mentioned before, we've been living in that neighborhood for 12 years. We've been walking this neighborhood probably daily, maybe 5 miles, 6 miles. We know a lot of people in the neighborhood. We go down to Carroll's Drive, we go all the way up to Apple Grove. I don't know if you know that particular neighborhood, so I'm an advocate walker. I like to be out, that's my part of life. I like nature, I like to hike. I moved in this neighborhood because of the ambience. It has trees, it has Mother Nature in there. It's not a home-to-home, high-dense neighborhood. And I certainly appreciate the way the home builder has laid out the way the development has evolved. I would picture myself living in a house where all of a sudden I moved there and now I have to look at an 8-foot fence. I cannot fathom to myself how anyone in here would look, could deal with the fence that is this tall when you move into the countryside and you say you want to appreciate Mother Nature and all of a sudden you have a fence in front of you. How does that impact me? We go occasionally see Carol, we talk to them. Those are people that have limited mobilities to move around because of their age. I'm one of them as well. I got some back issues. So they mostly live in the house. They enjoy the way the house has been built, they enjoy the surroundings. And I should certainly appeal to any one of you to see that this will have an impact for us, because who's to say that all of a sudden this gentleman wants to build an 8-foot fence, that somebody else in that smaller neighborhood there wants to build something even more grandiose, because that's how it starts. And we didn't move into that area because to be confronted with that. We moved out from the city to be out in the country. And I certainly appreciate you taking the time to listen to me, but I just certainly want to appeal on you to say, would you want to live in an area that all of a sudden is not what was promised to you when you moved there? And I appreciate you taking your time and listen to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Then I'll give, oh, I'm sorry, Mark Nadeau.
My name is Mark Nadell, 8211 Wendy Gale Drive, Stokesdale. I do not live in the neighborhood. However, I am friends with one of their relatives who's a Army veteran, U.S. Army sniper, who's now a Nashville, Tennessee police officer. I know the family pretty well. And I realize that personal debates and things that aren't facts can't be taken into consideration. My presentation is really based on, I would like to know what the hardship would be for the proposed applicant would be if this fence would not be put up. I personally viewed the property. I'm not even sure how you would see the fence, or what the benefit of the fence would be, only because it appears to be, just to me, looks like it's going to be something a little bit out of the ordinary. It's like kind of a weird place to put a fence. But again, your decision's based on what benefit there is or what hardship. I don't think there's my personal opinion is, I don't see the benefit. To me, I haven't heard the reason that there's a benefit for putting that fence up. And if the fence was not approved by the council, I don't see a hardship. So I want to make sure that when you guys make that decision, you're convinced that there is a benefit for the applicant, and that if you do deny it, there's some hardship. Thank you.
Okay. We have 4 factors to consider, and we have to have, I know, I'm going to just address Mr. Nadeau. We have to have conclusive evidence of those hardships and the findings of facts. So we'll address each one of those in just a second. I was going to give Mr. or Ms. Kelly an opportunity to rebut anything you've heard if you wish to come back.
I think we can probably make this quick and easy. We didn't anticipate such heavy opposition to the fence. I guess I thought they would like the privacy as well that it would give them. So having heard what we've heard tonight, we can scratch the 8-foot privacy fence part that we said was gonna start at 77 feet back and then run 150 feet. But I would still like to build the 8-foot fence around the parking pad. And then, of course, I believe the rest of it has already been covered that we don't need a variance for, which is the columns, the gate, and the 4-foot decorative fence out front.
While you're talking real quickly, if you're making an amendment, this is your property, as I understand it.
That's correct.
Okay. You're referring to the 8-foot up on the loop into the garage.
It's actually right here. This is a shed, and I want to put a small fence around the parking pad of the shed.
Shed.
It's right here.
How far is that from the garage?
I don't think she objects to that. Miss Carroll, you did not object to him putting the 8-foot fence around his building, right?
How wide will it be?
The parking,
Is it just gonna be around the little patch there?
It'll be around the parking pad where the trailers are.
What's the size of it?
Of the parking pad,
The
You can
size of,
come look at this if you'd like.
I've got dimensions on it somewhere.
Tom, how does that work with amending what they're asking for?
Yeah, he can do that. He can amend his petition.
30 feet?
All right.
I'll
Here's,
clarify that.
this is the overlay of Google satellite. So basically,
Yeah, if they come around, the problem I'm having is right through here, we have a runoff.
all right,
It's definitely, and it's
No,
been
he-
washing
he's
us
not.
out,
He's-
and putting stones in there.
He's gonna delete
Try to
all
keep
that,
it,
and then
you
just
can
do the
see it
pad.
right
Having
through
a
here.
mess.
But
If there's a-
he's still gotta.
If they put that
questions on
fence
that.
where it's gonna hold, where it's gonna push more water down here, I'm gonna have a bigger problem. That's the issue I'm having. You can see we have a very big ditch.
what he's talking about basically is putting a fence right there.
that, I believe.
What he's talking. But that's what you want to cover at that point.
I just want to wrap a fence around the parking.
I said, to get rid of
On,
the big
is
fence,
that the
was your
pad
big
or is it
concern.
up here?
It's up here.
That's not gonna hurt
So
you
it's
like
separate from the garage?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that was a pretty big.
So you want to come around that and just circle it with
No,
an exit?
not the whole thing. If you look at this,
Okay.
this
No,
is the
because
shed.
tall
I just
wooden
want to put a
fence
gate
And-
here and then wrap this fence. This is the
property
parking pad where I
front
put
of
a
the
couple of
building
trailers.
lines,
Which
that's
is
still
facing
gonna need
what
repair.
way?
This last
Right
sentence
here
right
on
here
this side.
Yeah.
will need, no, what he's taking
It'll be
out is
open
the,
right
put
here.
fence along
Which is
the side.
Just for access to walk.
Yeah,
Something
well, I
feet,
understand.
150
Now,
feet.
where
That's what
is,
he's saying.
where is
Let's
your,
take
I
that
can't see, I'm looking at an angle, but, no, that's okay. What I'm looking for right here is, this is, you call the shed. Okay.
What's coming out.
Vehicle in the front,
Trailers. Two
trailers.
Yeah.
All right, where is
Yeah,
your?
starting at the property, those two cents.
Obviously, I see that part of the garage ramp. Where are you talking
going.
about here specifically?
He's got a picture of it.
Right there.
Where's that picture at?
This is,
Well, right there.
this is all in compliance. This now is the only thing that they need, they're asking for a variance on.
Well, I know. I
Be a
have one.
little three-sided deal. Okay,
I would,
be right
I
here.
would like to see
here's,
it
here's what he's
staked
talking
out.
about.
Yes, and I would
Here's-
like to see
well-
it staked out first to see if that runoff
Well,
is
we-
gonna be an issue.
We're not gonna,
We
That's my
can't
problem.
get that much in depth on this.
Well, then I
It's-
don't approve of it.
All right, he's talking about, well, he's talking about right there, and that's it.
No,
Where
it's-
that,
yeah, no.
that he
it's-
just
That
put
was a-
that on
that was a
there.
big
Is that,
concession.
No, because
Yeah, it's
27,
right here.
30 feet coming out, when you're coming out, 29 feet, 30 feet this way, 30 foot that way, that's 60 feet from in the front. That 60 feet
Yeah,
is gonna be real close.
yeah, what I'm getting ready to
It's
do.
not, I'm going around,
That is-
wait,
I have spread rock all here and built this up, and I have two trailers here.
Right.
And it's
Which
just
are-
going around the trailers, just to
Right
hide
there.
the trailers.
where I put, see my ink mark right there too, by the trailer.
Mr. Kelly, let me ask you a question. It seems like the only thing that you would not be in compliance with and that you would need a variance on is that 8-foot around the parking.
That's
Would you agree to go down to like a 4-foot, or does that? do-
Wait a minute, wait.
Wait,
But it's one thing for them to be showing you and illustrating where you're talking about. Now, if you're gonna start asking questions and answering, we need it on the record.
Okay.
The questions need to be on the record, the answers need to be on the record, et cetera. So they, to show you what he's talking about, that's fine, but to continue on, I think we need to go back to the the hearing.
If we took that big
That,
fence
that
away,
narrows my,
and doing away with that, so we wouldn't have to do it. I mean, it really is.
so what I understand is that you have,
I'm just saying.
Mr. Attorney, stop me if I'm incorrect on this. At this point, you have made the decision not to do the full money.
Yes,
To go down to,
yes.
say, a horseshoe.
Well, there were two parts to the variance. One was the fence along the property line.
At the beginning of where you come in there?
Well, it would start 77 feet from the road and then run 150 feet length. Scratch that, we can forget about that.
Okay.
But the second part was there's a parking pad in front of the shed.
Right.
That I would like to put a fence around the parking pad, and that's just to hide the trailers. I have a car trailer there and a utility trailer.
Okay. Are those business or pleasure?
Just personal trailers, not business.
So it wouldn't be in and out constantly
No.
from there? All right.
You
So
got-
how far, let me ask
Go ahead,
finish real quick.
I thought you were done, I'm sorry.
From the, well, I did till I relooked at this, from the corner of your shed to the fence line, the property line there, excuse me, the property line is roughly how far?
From the corner of the shed to the property line, how far is that?
Yes, sir.
Probably,
How many feet?
I would guess it about 60, maybe 80, something like that, from the corner of the shed. Probably about 60 to 80 feet.
Okay, all right.
If I might, just for clarification purposes, for the record, Mr. Kelly, I'll point your attention to your variance application. Do you have a copy of that?
I do.
Okay. So in your request, everything down to the very last sentence, the first part talks about the 4 feet, which is not in contention.
Right.
And then the sentence that says, at the property angle Magnolia, you'd like to install an 8-foot tall fence. That sentence, you're striking, correct?
We're removing that from the,
Correct.
from the plan.
And then the next sentence, it says the wooden privacy fence will be 77 feet. That we're also striking, correct? The next to the last sentence in there, it says the wooden privacy fence will be 77 feet from the DOT right-of-way.
That's where it starts. Yeah, that's where it would have started. And we're
Right.
scratching that, yes.
So all of that then is not part of the variance. The very last sentence, install an 8-foot tall wooden fence around 3 sides of the parking pad next to the existing shed on the survey. See pictures. That's now what you're requesting a variance for.
That's
Is that
the
correct?
last part I would like to request for, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so I think we've got it.
All right, I'd like to, now, I heard someone say something about you had a variance to put that in front of the building line, the building, right?
Yes, it was about 5 years ago. I had to come here and request approval to build that shed in front of our property. And the reason for that is the topography of the lot, it's very steep around the 3 sides in the back. I could not put the shed in the back part of the property.
Right, so there was a variance on that, and that's customarily behind the building line, right? Where 8 foot, if you know,
Generally it's behind the front setback line, but that was not a variance, that was a decision by the planning board. By ordinance, if they wanna do it in front, they had to go to the planning board.
okay. But anyway, that was done like it's supposed to be done, he did it like he's supposed to, okay.
Mr. Kelly, let me ask you a couple questions. The shed you're wanting to put the 8-foot screen around now, I think on 3 sides, is that shed visible from the street? From Misty Meadow, the cul-de-sac?
In the middle of the winter, it probably is a little bit, but not now. I don't think you can
So
see
your
it.
purpose of, when you say, I want to screen it, do you want to screen it like the visual from your house or from the road?
For us, when we are just walking around the property, you know, from the house, and when we walk up to where the septic field is, which we call kind of the shade garden area, when we're walking up there, we have lots of plants and things up there. We just want to hide the trailers from ourselves, just to not look at them.
Okay. So the issues, I think you had said, it was to help you accommodate the dogs, koi pond, and
Well-
privacy? Those issues are gone?
Yeah, exactly. We're scratching the line about the privacy fence along the property line. Yeah, we'll just stay within the regulations of the 4-foot then. And like I said,
On everything but the, around the shed?
around the shed, I'd still like to have the taller fence
Okay.
to hide the
Okay.
trailers.
That's roughly how many feet from your property line to the shed, if I were, or looking from the shed down to the cul-de-sac in your line, or roughly how many feet are we looking at
From the
now?
shed to the road?
Looking at this, basically, was a pretty good amount. Let's see, 200, all right, property line, the next door neighbor's property line.
Yeah, oh, that was what, yeah, I think the shed is probably 60 to 80 feet from the property line, I would guess, from the corner of the shed to the closest property line.
Which is the side that goes up towards the back, like the pie wedge on their side.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Any more questions to Mr. Kelly?
I'd like a clarification, if I might. There's also, you've submitted a drawing of the shed. Is that, and is that where you're looking to put the fence?
Let me look.
This your drawing?
Yeah, I thought I had it.
Yes, this is the shed, that's the fence.
Everybody have that picture?
Yes.
Right. And
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the one that's good.
the side where you're showing the fence, is that towards your house or towards the road?
It's towards the road.
Okay. So that's the road side. And then, do you have any other place on your property where you could store your trailers?
No, I mean,
And that they would be out of view?
no. With the way the property falls off, we would have to create a flat spot, probably bring in some dirt and create a parking pad for them somewhere else, which is what I did while building the shed. I had to build that up to create that spot to put them.
Okay. And you can't store your trailers in that shed?
No.
Okay. And you said they're just camping trailers? They're not?
One is a
business?
car trailer. It's just a car trailer you carry a car on. One car trailer. It's dual axle, single car trailer, and the other is a 5x8 utility trailer.
So they're not even camping trailers?
No, not camping trailers.
How long is the utility trailer?
Say again?
How long is the utility trailer? did you
It's
say?
5x8 feet, and the car trailer is 16 feet.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to give the people who were opposed to the request an opportunity to rebut. And I think you might want to address the issue of that one thing that's still pending.
When the Kellys did put the shed up, they did bring in a lot of dirt and they did level it. They have 6 acres. Those trailers could be anywhere on their property. And an 8-foot, they would not need an 8-foot fence to hide a trailer that doesn't go much higher than this. They're not high. They don't need an 8-foot fence. They don't need it that big.
Okay?
Let me
I
ask you a
think it
quick
would be-
question, if I may.
Sure.
Is this an aesthetic issue with, and I'll say with you because I'm talking to you. Is this an issue with you about where they located those 2 pieces of equipment on that pad right there?
No,
Okay, well, I'm kind of,
that's why I'm saying, I think they're low.
okay.
They're not, we let them put the shed up. I did not, I felt that if they wanted to put and it's not really a shed, it's a barn, it's big, they could do that. I don't know, if they're not happy with looking at their trailers, put them where they can't see them. But an 8-foot fence along my property line, I am not going to be very happy about it.
Well, the point I'm trying to understand here is, in looking at the aerial, compared to going all the way down to the property line per se, is that we're looking 40, 50 feet up. Which, by him voluntarily dismissing what he basically came here for, I'm a little concerned about property rights, period, being in this case, being a much smaller give and take than it would have been if it had been 10 feet from your actual line. I could understand the barrier fence there. Who wants to walk out the front door and there it is? You know, in the White House, you can see through it.
Now it is directly in line back, and if they move that fence closer, bigger, it's, you know, they put a 4-foot, they wanna put a 4-foot fence around it. But
Well,
because
the issue, the problem is with me is I'm looking at an aerial view. You have this? You have this picture?
Yeah, I probably.
Would you like it? Okay. All right. Walking out the backyard of your home, which I presume is the one on that cul-de-sac there. You can walk over here. Okay. All right. If it's identical to this, I'll just point. Okay, good. You're here. There's the property line. He had first, you were talking about putting it parallel to the property line, 8 foot. Now you've concluded that that's probably not as practical as you came here with the belief it would be. So we're going up about 50 or 60 feet up, and you're putting just the front of the visibility on not, I took it when he said 2 trailers, I was thinking big travel trailers. And he has said one's a car carrier, which is about 2.5 feet off the ground, basically, and the other is an actual little box trailer. Yeah. Right. Yeah, the little trailer right there, yeah. So he's got that. I'm having, you know.
I mean, he
I'll
could
be
buy a
full-
new trailer tomorrow.
Huh?
He could buy a new trailer tomorrow. so,
Well,
I
he
mean,
can. He can bind you a trailer, but with it not putting the fence up all the way down there, I can have a trailer within 2 feet of my property line, as you can.
But you can't have an 8-foot fence.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
This is gonna be appropriate when y'all are debating the facts and conclusions.
Yes, sir.
So if
Okay.
you've got a question to her, if not,
Can I
Well,
ask
she-
one question?
Yes, sir.
Let me just clarify so I know what I'm looking at here. So this is your shed. That's correct. Okay. So you're wanting the fence kind of right on the rock, basically?
Yes, wrap around, it goes a little farther, see the tongue of the trailer there, and then back around the other trailer.
Okay, all right, thank you. If you would, just clarify for me in this picture, so your property through those woods or is it on this side?
It goes right on. Right? It's,
If I was standing on that rock, I would be looking into the woods.
yeah. Right here, is where this, where they want to put this fence. This is my property. So when they're right here, you can see.
Okay, anyone else in opposition wishing to rebut what was spoken earlier? Then I'm going to close the public portion of this hearing, and the matter rests with council. Oliver, do you have anything to say, hearing what's been done?
he's not able to give you any guidance.
Okay, then everybody will turn to page 1 of 2, talking about the Stokesdale Board of Adjustment decision worksheet. We need to go through that and discuss the 4 questions. And I'll just read them out and then we'll have a discussion. It is the board's conclusion that unnecessary hardship will or will not result from the strict application of the ordinance. It shall not be necessary to demonstrate that in the absence of the variant, no reasonable use can be made of the property. This conclusion is based on the following findings of fact. I guess my question is, the tract's about 6 acres of land. It seems there should be a place somewhere other than where he wants the 8-foot fence that he could store his two trailers, where they would not be objectionable to him or his neighbors. And, I know he's eliminated a lot of the 8-foot requests, but still, I think once you grant any variance, you may be opening Pandora's box. So that's just my question of how do we determine is no reasonable use can be made of the property.
Well, what exactly is the hardship? I mean, based off what I heard, the hardship is that wanting to fence off the trailer area, the patio or whatnot, so they didn't have to see their own trailers. I'm struggling to see, where that's a hardship.
Yeah, that's my question. What is the unnecessary hardship? Because with 6 acres, surely you could find a place for a.
I mean, yeah, I just don't see the hardship. I wish these people could do what they wanted to do. I mean, but the ordinance is there, and I just don't see the hardship, guys.
Well, the lot is so steep, it drops off in the back, and then our house is very wide, so it takes up much of the peninsula, but it's only,
Yeah.
we actually have to shave 4 feet down off the hillside to be able to put our house where it was. So the drop off is so steep that we actually fenced in our backyard so that our child, when he was little, would fall off the hillside and hurt himself. So you can't physically get the trailers around the back of the property to put it back there.
Tom, are we allowed to?
Well, I was, it's a small town and y'all may do it, but procedurally, you really, this is amongst yourselves.
Okay.
You should be
That's
talking
what I
amongst
thought.
yourselves.
Okay.
Well, he opened the door to you, so.
Yeah,
But it really, at this point, it should be, y'all talk amongst yourselves about what you're agreeing on, the facts that you agree on, and, and you, everybody can list them, and then you vote on them, or you vote for
Okay,
that
that's what I
number
thought.
one
I
or
just
two.
wanted to verify that,
Well-
and I don't mean to, it wasn't your fault.
Can y'all help me out to see a hardship? Because, I mean, I would like to see one.
As far as making sense, it makes sense to put your fence around your building, but that's not what the question is. The
Right,
question's
exactly.
hardship. That's the problem. I mean, if I was just voting for to put the fence around the building, around the building and their trailers, I wouldn't have a problem with it, but, I mean, that's what this says, and we have to find that fact, it's hardship. Because I like people to do what they can with their property,
Yeah, me too.
but that question, I don't know, I mean, I don't know, what, is there a hardship between a 4-foot and 8-foot fence? I mean, you can put a 4-foot fence up, and you're still using your property. And I don't like the ordinance like it's written, but that's the way it is. I don't like the 35 through Oak Ridge either, but I had to go by it. So I just don't know how to answer this question.
Tom, we need to vote on these
That one-
individually now, or wait, and.
No, you should do number one, and
Let's
before
do
you move
number
to
one.
number two. And so far, the conversation is that application of the ordinance, so you cannot use 8 feet in front of the front building line, does not create a hardship to this family, based on what you've heard. Now, those are the comments from two of you. His request, the reasons that he wanted it was to screen, so he didn't see it. That was his testimony. And for he doesn't have another place where he can put his trailers. He can't put them in there. He can't put them in the backyard because of topography, stuff like that. So he's putting them there, and he's trying to screen them and provide some safety. The question is, somebody else testified, you don't need an 8-foot fence to do that. 4-foot fence. It doesn't have to be wrought iron or whatever the rules are. Maybe some other size fence would serve that purpose. So that's what you're gonna debate amongst yourselves. Does he need an 8-foot fence? And, does he need to put it in the front yard?
But you say need, does need come into, this is a hardship, we're looking at a hardship. Want, need,
And that's what y'all have to decide.
yeah.
Mr. Bass?
Yeah, I just have a problem, no reasonable use can be made of the property without this 8-foot fence. I just honestly can't see that, and,
Can't see what, John?
That's not necessary to approve. That part is not necessary to.
Now, we had to be affirmative on all 4 of these, right?
Well, you do them one at a time, and then based on your answer, whether you're gonna grant or deny. But if you don't find the first one, you still gotta decide 2, 3, and 4, because the applicant might appeal the decision.
Okay.
And the trial court needs to know, how you considered each and every one of them and what your findings were.
right. Okay.
I drove by y'all's house today during my lunch break, and y'all have a beautiful home, as do your neighbors. The process of granting a variance is pretty straightforward. There's 4 factors we need to look at, and there needs to be evidence that these 4 factors do fall in line. And I hate this because I want you guys to be able to do what you do. I think it's great that you were able to work with your neighbors and come to a compromise, but off the strict guidelines we need to go by, I feel like at this time, I would need to make a motion to deny based off, I don't see any hardship here that would be unnecessary hardship that would be appropriate for y'all. And that's just the way I see it. But guys, I hate it.
Hey, you're just making a motion that we, on item number 1, that we did not find a hardship.
I mean, that.
We gotta go through all 4 of them before we can
If one of
vote.
them go, we gotta show all 4, but if one of them doesn't pass.
But
still gotta go
that'll be the decision, the conclusion after you've addressed all 4.
Right.
You still gotta address, so all 4.
The
So-
court, if anybody appeals this, the court's going to want to see, did we consider all 4 items?
So I think
And so
we
we've
just
got to
need to-
vote on each one.
We just need to read the first one as we've done in the past, and we need to answer that question as a council, and then we need to do this number 2 the same way, and then we can make our decision.
Exactly, right.
So if you want to read it or.
Okay, it is the board's conclusion that unnecessary hardships will or will not result from the strict application of the ordinance.
All right, now, just go down and ask each person, do you find that it will or
Jim
will
Rigsby?
not?
I do not find a hardship.
So you say will not,
Will not.
okay,
I'm sorry, I will not see a hardship.
okay.
Jimmy?
I mean, I'd like for them to be able to build a fence, but I can't answer that I see a hardship. So, no, I don't see a hardship.
So will
I would
not,
like to see them be able to build a fence, but I know that's not gonna,
I need a will or will not.
no, I don't see, I just don't see,
All right, he said will not.
and I hate to say it,
Yeah, I
I don't
agree.
like saying it.
You hadn't said it yet. Say will not.
Oh, God. I'm just saying, I don't see a I don't,
Will or will
I-
not?
yeah, I guess will not.
Okay,
Will not.
I don't like saying it.
it's getting late at night. Fair?
Will not.
And I will not.
Okay, now, and your reasons that it will not, you got your findings of fact is that it's a 6-acre tract, there's plenty of room, and you don't see why it's necessary to have to put an 8-foot fence in the front.
Right.
Is that, anybody want to add anything else to that?
I do.
As a finding of fact?
I do. Real quickly, from his description of his property and looking at an aerial view, probably a satellite view zoomed in, the way the topography looks on one side there, in the back, you can see the fence line in the back where it goes markedly down, all the way around there. I don't, be perfectly blunt about it, I understand why he's where he is, but I don't know if it goes down as I'm looking at it, especially in the way the backyard, you can look at the front and the back and see the difference there, where it's fenced in. I don't know where else he'd put it, to be honest. And that's,
So,
Okay, we're probably going to talk about that in item number 2.
the topography is the next issue, I presume.
right,
think it
and,
would
and
make
you, that needs to be considered in number 2.
Right.
As
that's
far as
what I-
making sense, it makes sense to be able to put your fence around your building. Because yes, I mean, he got a variance for his building and all. I mean, that's what I hate about it. I just, you know, well, I'm getting off the subject.
Okay.
Y'all go ahead.
I'll just add to that, at this point, I don't see a hardship due to a hardship, based on number one, has not been presented. You know, the trailers are there now, they're existing as they are. I don't see, you know, he hasn't presented anything outside of what we know that would create that hardship. So there's just not enough evidence there on number one.
Okay. Item number 2, it is the board's conclusion that the hardship does or does not result from conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, or topography.
We've already agreed there was no hardship.
These are, each
Right.
one's gotta do the same.
Yeah, but we agreed there was no hardship, so, you know.
But we're going through reasons for hardships. You could have multiple reasons to deny or to approve. You could approve 2 of the 4 or 1 of the 4.
Well,
So we got to go through each one.
this one, what you would say is that the location, size, or topography of the land does not create the hardship. You know, so that is not, does not add to the facts to create a hardship or, you know, that kind of thing.
Can it be either way? The topography of the land may cause that problem?
It does.
Well, but you've said that you don't see a hardship, or at least they've said they haven't. And so, although you've taken, and this, the key here is have you taken into consideration topography, et cetera,
Right, that's what
in
I'm
the
saying.
decision saying whether there is or is not a hardship?
Okay, well then, Mr. Attorney, do you have to go down each one and
Yes, sir.
consistently with the one above it?
You still have to answer.
But you can answer
You
yes
gotta
or
have a
nay
different answer.
basically on it, right?
I'll just add that I don't see at this point, number 2, the request, the topography has any bearing on the location of the fence. The fence is primarily for aesthetics and has nothing to do with the runoff or anything to do with the topography or the land itself, would be my evidence.
Well, it doesn't result, the applicant hasn't, it's nothing to do with the applicant. Board's conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, the
Hardship
building's built, I mean.
result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner.
Okay.
Does not.
And does everybody agree with what Councilman Rigsby said?
That it does not result from conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, or topography. So you vote either does or does not, and he's saying it does not.
Does not,
I agree, does not.
Mr. Rigsby, so you're saying it does not?
does not.
Derek?
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused. And I apologize, but what did you say, Jim?
I just, we're talking about a fence. So the question is, is there a hardship to put the fence right here because of the rest of the topography of the lot? And it's not. The fence can't go anywhere else because the shed has already been built. It's already on this spot. So under number 2, location, size, and topography has
Thank you, I
nothing,
understand.
nothing to do with the location.
I understand, my bad. And I'll agree with the does not.
Jimmy? We can't record shake your head. It's
Oh,
gotta
we
be
done
does or
voted?
does not.
And we're just going through each one.
Wait, me to do what? That's what I asked you. Yeah, I vote. It does not.
Okay,
Okay.
And this one also, because the next sentence after that says that hardships resulting from personal circumstances, as well as hardships resulting from conditions that are common to the neighborhood or general public may not be the basis for granting a variance. And it sounds like Mr. Rigsby was saying that this hardship results from personal circumstances.
That's correct.
It's
That's what
mostly for aesthetics purposes.
And that's where they placed the building. They chose to place the
Yeah.
building there. So they had to understand the rest of the topography of their lot, and they chose it there. That, you know, coming back later, if we were talking about the building there, then there'd be a different discussion, because you can't put it anywhere else, because the slope you talked about. But we're talking about a fence now, so I don't think the topography would have anything to do with the fence part.
Okay.
Okay, Darren, I don't believe we recorded your vote.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jimmy.
So move on, number 3.
He's on number 2.
No, we're on number 2.
Does not.
Does not.
Yeah.
And I vote does not. Item number 3, it is the board's conclusion that the hardship does or does not result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner.
Yeah, I know.
Once again, just in case you have any confusion about that, if the hardship is a result of the applicant's own actions, then it's not grounds for a variance.
So based on, again, based on the fact, the location of the building that he installed after purchasing the property, then I would say that would not constitute a variance.
That it is by his own actions.
That's correct.
Okay.
So that
So
means
then
does,
you would
right?
say does.
It does, yes.
Derek's does.
Jimmy?
Does.
Does. Darren?
Does.
And I vote does. Number 4, it is the board's conclusion that the requested variance is or is not consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance, such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved.
I would, on that, have to say that it is consistent with the spirit of the ordinance. I'm sorry, that it's not consistent with the spirit of the ordinance, based on the fact that there is no public safety issue that's been mentioned, and it's just, there's no underlying public safety or community safety issue here. So I'd say it is not.
Okay?
No public safety issue.
Derek?
It's not consistent with the spirit and intent of the ordinance. I could debate this. I'm not going to. So it's not.
Jimmy?
So y'all are saying the conclusion is not consistent, so our conclusion is not consistent with the spirit, purpose, intent of the ordinance, is that what you're saying?
Well, for public
Yeah.
safety. such
No,
as
the
public-
requested variance, not our conclusion. The requested variance is not consistent with the spirit of the variance.
This is the board's conclusion.
They
But
say,
the-
the board's,
sorry.
that the requested variance is or is not consistent with the ordinance.
Tom, how heavy is public safety on number 4?
Well, that's one of the findings of fact that's been offered. You can have other reasons for why it is not consistent with the intent of the ordinance. You know, public safety could be one, any other reason that y'all might
This one's
feel.
kind of a standalone statement that you
Yeah,
make a decision
Kind of
on.
confused
This
on
is the one I could argue.
Because we're
Well,
saying that the board's, we're saying that that our conclusion, the
None of the
conclusion we
others,
just
it doesn't
made
matter.
is not consistent.
No,
It's just a wording issue.
Just say it.
it's, you're making a conclusion that the variance that's being requested, putting 8 feet in front of the front building setback line, is either consistent with the ordinance that doesn't allow it, otherwise it's consistent, even with the variance, it would be consistent, or it is not gonna be consistent. And what Mr. Rigsby has said is, putting that 8-foot fence in that front yard around that shed is just not consistent with the ordinance that,
This number 4 says, is the board's conclusion.
they all start that way.
The board's conclusion that the requested variance.
Right. You're concluding that the requested variance is or is not consistent
Okay.
with the spirit of the ordinance.
All right,
Go ahead.
I'm changing my mind on this one. I think the requested variance is aligned, I think the ordinance itself, and help me guys if I'm wrong, I think the intent of the ordinance is to not have a fence in the front line of your house at 8 feet tall.
Exactly. And that's why it's inconsistent.
But no, the variance, we're talking about the variance, we're not talking about the
But
ordinance.
I think, given the wooded area and the land, that, I don't think simply requesting it violates the intent of the ordinance. I'm getting myself hung up on words.
No, that's okay. I mean, yeah. You could say that
That's what this whole
otherwise.
thing-
I don't like any of these
If it was a
questions.
hardship and if it was this and that, it would otherwise be consistent, is what you're saying. In
Yeah,
your
I mean-
opinion, you feel like it would still be
Thank you,
consistent.
Tom. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, actually. If there was a hardship, I feel that it would be inconsistent with the ordinance, but I don't feel that there is a hardship.
Right. Right.
And hardship was not used in number 4, the word hardship.
Right. Public safety.
So I'm gonna go is on that one.
Okay.
Am I reading that wrong, Tom? Because it is the board's conclusion that the requested variance that they're requesting, so if you're saying that there is a public safety issue, then it would be consistent with the spirit and intent of the ordinance. So you would be agreeing that their variance would be consistent with the ordinance, so you would have to agree with them if there was a public safety issue. If it is not consistent, then that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying the wording should be is not, because it's not consistent with the spirit of the ordinance. There's no public safety issue that's been mentioned or proven.
And those are illustrative. It doesn't have to be public safety. So the purpose and intent of the ordinance, you gotta look at, well, why do you think they had that ordinance to begin with? You didn't want anything over 4 feet really is the rule. You don't have anything over 4 feet in the front yard. Aesthetics, to keep animals in, for whatever reason that you're trying to limit it to 4 feet as opposed to higher. And, public safety would be one reason, substantial justice would be another, so, and you've heard other people testify that, putting an 8-foot fence in the front yard is offensive to the neighborhood, so, is that, do you still, if you agree with that, then, how does that fit with the intent of the ordinance? It probably was intended to keep anything over 4 feet out of the front yard, which is a much more visible area, kind of thing. So that's what you've got to decide, kind of what was the intent of that ordinance, and if this were allowed, would this violate that intent or not?
I think the intent of the ordinance was to prohibit any fence higher than 8 feet.
In the front yard?
I mean, higher than 4 feet.
The front line.
And I think that's exactly what we would be doing. So I think it is not consistent with the spirit of our ordinance.
So far we got 2 is not, so
2
we
and
got
1.
1 is.
1 is, 2 is.
Jimmy?
Isn't.
I mean, this is, this guy's, this is a little bit different lot. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's a little bit different lot than the lots in a regular, development where they're so big.
Well, this
I
is
mean,
site,
I know
this
what
site specific to this particular tract, so.
I know. Yeah, I know. That's
There
why they
anyone
have
want
waivers
to
and variances.
Well, the comment I wanna make is number 4 is kind of, to me, number 4, using i.e. public safety is secured, is kind of a specific to an application. And that, I would say at this point, just period on a public safety factor alone, if that were the only thing we had to deal
Well,
with.
substantial justice is another one.
Right.
Is it fair to give
No.
someone the right to do something with a variance as opposed to, anyone else will have to come with a variance request? So
Right, right.
is that substantial justice to grant one and?
I think it's property dependent, but.
Yeah.
Sort of an example
Mhm.
in regards to the, say if they want to put an 8-foot fence, and the purpose of that is just for the aesthetics of the area that is visible to the neighbor and to the public. So, for example, if there's a series of trees that will block the view of the 8-foot fence on that specific piece of property, that could be something that, given the purpose of an aesthetic, the aesthetic is the purpose. If it cannot be seen by adjoining property owners, then that may be something that's in the spirit, purpose.
Right.
That meet the spirit and purpose and intent of the ordinance.
So that kind of narrows
That's
it
an
down.
example.
That narrows it down then.
Yeah.
As far as definition, Tom, that narrows it down.
Right.
Of intent. All right.
Either one of you want to vote?
I've got to say is not consistent with the spirit.
So,
Excuse me, I'm sorry, the conclusion is consistent with the spirit.
so we got a 2-2 vote.
Got 2-2 though. You think it is?
We got 2 is and 2 is not.
Really?
And we're waiting on you, Jim.
Stop it.
We're gonna get a 100-word answer here.
Where's the 6th chair? Somebody's missing.
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with public safety and substantial justice. I guess I'd have to say is not. I mean, the conclusion is not consistent with, I mean, the spirit of it. I know what the spirit is. I don't like the spirit of it.
Okay,
I'm not here to tell what I like.
so we had a 3-2 vote on that.
All right. And do the 3 who said is not, you believe that that fence would still be seen by neighbors? You know, that it would, as in the example he gave, you know, that
No,
it would,
the reason I did it was because the ordinance is meant to have a 4-foot fence in the front yard.
okay,
And that's
Yeah,
all- I mean, that's the spirit
That's
of the
my thought.
ordinance.
okay, got you.
That's the only reason.
Yeah.
It's not consistent with the ordinance. Okay,
For me, I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah.
All right, got it. Thank you.
so therefore, on the basis of all the foregoing, it is ordered that the application for a variance be
Based on your voting, you would be denying it.
Denied,
because you
right.
You did not find all 4 of the,
okay.
so you would need to vote that that is the action of the board.
I make that motion that the request for the variance is denied.
I'll second the motion.
Have a motion, a second, any discussion?
I'd just like to conclude, even though we're denying it, I think most of us are property rights guys, and we don't want, we don't want you to, man, we're only denying it based on the fact of law, because this is what this hearing is. I
I hate it that it's turning out that way because I don't see anything, but I don't see it another way but to deny it. I don't like it, but I had to vote that way.
Jeff?
Yeah, regrettably, I do too. Vote to deny.
Now, Mr. Bass, if they want to go back and just put a 4-foot fence around that shed, then they would be in compliance and they would not need any variance or Board of Adjustment decision. So that's the only thing that is precluding them from being able to do what they want to do, right?
Yeah, if it exceeded 4 feet height from the building, that they would need a variance. If it's gonna be 4 feet, they don't need a permit.
It's 4 feet, okay. Okay. Thank everyone for coming.
You need a vote. You got a motion
Oh,
and an
I'm
order.
sorry, call a
Motion and a
question.
second.
Jim?
Aye.
Derek?
And the motion was to deny, so I'm an aye.
Jimmy?
This is a hard vote. That was very noble of him to pull that 150-foot fence out. And,
Yeah.
this is a tough one. I mean, it's not, I mean, I gotta do it, but I don't like it, but, I'm, aye.
Darren?
I'm out,
You know.
unfortunately.
Okay, thank everybody for coming. I know this is a time-consuming process, but we want to give everyone a fair and objective
Does he have
hearing
a
on.
right of appeal?
Yes.
Do what?
Does he have a right to appeal this?
Yes.
Of course.
It goes to Superior Court.
Right.
I know that
Okay.
will be stated in the meeting that.
You would now adjourn as a Board of Adjustment and reconvene as Town Council.
Exactly. Can we give about a 5-minute recess just to give everyone time to clear?
Thank you for coming. Sorry.
Me, I'll tell you what, too much of that's.
There's no other one.
I know. The public safety thing.
Well, the thing is we approve it, and they take it to court, we lose.
Don't run too fast, you may.
See what
Well, I don't know anything about the particulars of those, so I can't address them. But, you know, the fence and what y'all want to do was okay.
that one
but-
is in, probably in Oak Ridge development, because it's way up. I know, but we're talking about just what's inside the Stokesdale planning. Stokesdale and Oak Ridge have different ordinances. So because you guys live in Stokesdale, you have to go by the Stokesdale ordinances. A lot of the, I don't know about some of those, because I didn't see an address on them, but I know that one, the Simply Southern one is definitely not in our area.
That's Arbor Run, that's right across the street from us. That is Oak Ridge.
Yeah,
That is Oak Ridge.
yeah,
I was just looking at Guilford County, because it was a Guilford County ordinance, not a
Right.
Stokesdale ordinance.
So this is Stokesdale's ordinance.
Oh, I thought it was Guilford County.
It's applied or administered by Guilford County.
we contract with them to do our planning. instead of
Yeah.
us having our own planning person.
He's the staff. Oliver's our staff, planning board staff person, so, yeah, but he applies Stokesdale's
No.
I mean,
development
the
ordinance.
would benefit the neighbors, because they're looking at the trailers. And actually, they can't see.
Hey, you're not gonna get an argument from us.
Yeah, I mean, we are property rights guys.
Yeah, you're not gonna get an argument.
I mean, her bedroom window, she said she couldn't, she told us that he has a light on a, motion detector, just for security. And she said it was waking her up, so we turned it off.
Yeah.
But she said she couldn't see it from her property initially.
Just me looking at that,
Sorry
it looks
about
like
that.
there's a very thick wood line there, and I don't
I
see
know, I
how.
wish, like, everybody,
how
I
they could
saw
see
all
that.
of y'all coming over and her talking to all of you for an hour. Each one of you would come and she'd run out there and pull you in and talk to you guys.
When I didn't talk to her, but
Somebody,
just
I
clarifying
saw
that
a
part.
bunch of people come by from the council and nobody ever came to us. I even called Priscilla, hey, if anybody wants to
Oh,
come
no,
by, see what we're
at
gonna
her
do.
house, no, I didn't go over there. And the reason I didn't is because this is a hearing. I mean, we got, the evidence in front of us and stuff like that.
I
I mean, we couldn't
saw
really.
some of the members, I didn't see some of the members go to her house, and I don't think that's really fair.
Yeah,
I didn't get a chance to show you guys.
Nobody came to talk to us.
if you had put that in the record and asked that question, and if that had come out, then I would have had to have addressed that, you know, hey, whatever you heard, can you set that aside? You're not gonna use that in your, I would have had to have addressed that to see whether that influenced their decision or not. But there's no evidence, it's not in the record. So I don't think you're gonna be able to bring that up now.
I think
If you had,
what y'all have to get clear on, and it's unfortunate, is the facts of the ordinance. You know, I mean, it's obvious to us, there's more going on here than this particular issue, you know. This has nothing to do with that. Obviously, there's a.
no, I agree with you on that.
Prejudicial, to start with, you know, they're already prejudicial, not that, you know, on other things.
I just didn't see it.
But all we can do is look at the facts, and the facts are, you gotta prove the case that
Oh, God.
during tonight, you gotta.
You talking about having to do something
Right.
don't do.
Oh, man. I know that it's you.
Six acres sounds like a lot of property.
Because you couldn't answer those questions any other way.
Right.
There wasn't no
But-
get around on that one because you couldn't, there's no way to do it. Because if it had been, I would. I mean, I think I made it pretty clear I would. Because it way back in the woods. Well, stuff don't make no sense. Makes sense to me, but.
Actually, no, I think
I understand that. When you're talking
actually look more consistent with what I'd wanna see in the woods. You know, rock and, you know, cabin type things, so I was thinking like a little utility shed from the way they described it.
he built it, it was,
had been
there before our house got there. It was supposed to look like a cabin.
But you also, it would have been very helpful if you had had evidence as to why a 4-foot fence not serve a purpose you're asking for. Not topography. Why can't you?
See over.
It's gonna be a long. Right, and although, you know,
I know.
so why does it need to be higher than 4? Anyway, that's the stuff.
Let's reconvene.
Might skin up.
We still got a lot of business to conduct.
No.
Jimmy, come on. Okay. Next item, consideration of a proposal to clean up the front of the town hall, install netting to prevent birds and nesting along the ceiling. That was tabled from August 2nd, August 12th. I think we had a couple bids, and I think Mr. Rigsby or Jimmy was going to get more bids.
I requested one, and they hadn't called me or sent me the bid, so, I'm gonna get with you. If we can just table this one more time, I'm gonna get with Jimmy and make a decision, outside of paying the two bids, we're gonna try to talk, so we can come up with something cheaper to, a way to
Okay,
fix
so we
that.
continue to October 14th. Okay, update on Rockingham County Madison Water Source. I talked to Mark Richardson, one of the county commissioners at Rockingham County, to see if he would come up and talk to Jimmy and I, and he was going out of town and we hadn't been able to get up. So I gave everybody a sheet with the Rockingham County Water Utilities Director, Ronnie Tate, the guy in Madison and Reedsville. You got their numbers. Each person can just call and ask them the questions that are relevant to them, and then we can get back and discuss this in October.
Hey, since we're talking about water, I'm gonna slip something in. It's a little bit off, just a little bit off. But everybody kind of, just think, I know we started talking about Hall River and all that. And that's, we all agreed we need a secondary, another line. That's not the secondary source. And that's why we're doing this. And Kenner, gonna talk about it. But let's also just put it on our mind about coming down. Just put it on your mind about coming down 65. And, and let's just look into it a little bit, because we cover so much of Stokesdale's territory doing it. And then you could have that loop there at Coldwater, and, you could do some positive things. Or just, like I said, I just like, before we go jumping on something, just let's just cover the bases and just see if it's feasible. It may not be feasible. It may just be totally, completely unfeasible. But I don't want it to be that he says or I says. I mean, just kind of look into it a little bit. I'm not talking about spending any money. Think about it and.
Well, you can call Courtney Driver at Winston-Salem.
Let's just put it on the back
Public
burner.
Water, no, and get her to send you some maps and talk to her about the feasibility.
Just put it, yeah.
So let me ask you this, Jimmy, and I asked just John too. I mean, what questions do we need to answer for everybody to be satisfied that, yes or no on 65?
I would think that if you were going, I would think that'd be the preferred route to come because you're covering so much Stokesdale area. I mean, look at it, I measured it one time and it's like 3 miles of Stokesdale where we're covering a quarter mile or so of Stokesdale with the other one. And you know, almost the same amount of line. But the thing will be, is there a line big enough? Can they supply it or would they be willing to? They may not be willing to. So I guess, I don't know, maybe me and Derek, you know, Derek's a good front man.
You know, Jimmy's an idea man, and he ran it by me last week, and you know, I couldn't help but say that's a doggone good idea. Let's look into it. And, you know, that's it.
That's all I'm saying.
I think Hall River's a good idea. I think Rockingham County's a good idea, though I do have concerns with Rockingham County, even though it's the most economical up front. My concerns are in the future. If by chance the Reedsville and Madison system all become one, and my concerns are, you know, down the road that there could easily be leverage put on Madison to go to treat their water with chloramine, and then it would all be for nothing. You know, they could tell us, no, we don't plan to do that. But, you know, if that changes, and I know you're not talking about Rockingham County.
Well, the only reason we was talking about Rockingham County, because that is a true secondary source.
It
It's not
is?
a secondary line. We're talking about a secondary line, but this would be a true secondary source. So I'm just saying we need to explore all the possibilities.
The big thing we need to ascertain with Rockingham County is, do they have enough water now, and are they gonna have enough water 5 or 10 years down the road? I believe you're gonna find out they don't have enough capacity. Forsyth County had about 56 million gallons excess capacity a day. Is Rockingham County willing to enter into contract to guarantee a certain amount of water for the next 10 years?
We may not even want to do it, even if they would.
Oh, I know,
But I'm just saying, if we're gonna look at that, you've got 3 miles of stuff. I mean, you put a pipe down through there, you've covered Stokesdale. I mean, you got main lines going through Stokesdale all over the place, see? And then you got a loop that, you know, you could come up, that guy's coming up, Coldwater. So I'm just saying, it's just something to look at and
But the
and weigh
big
it
question is, Forsyth County may say, there's no way we're gonna let you mix our water with Rockingham County.
Well, they
So
won't.
you decide which way you wanna do it. You're probably gonna have 2 parallel systems if you wanna serve everybody
Now
else.
I'm talking about.
He's
the
talking about
60 I'm talking about 60, I'm talking about
65.
65 going to, Blues Creek.
Yeah. Now, the big issue, we talked to them years ago, was crossing the bridge at the lake.
We crossed it one time.
Yeah, and I don't know how much that cost, but, that was a big concern.
I mean, that's just, you know, I know it's a concern, I know that's something you gotta look at.
And that's you call Courtney Driver, you talk to these 3 public water people, and they can tell you, you know, you ask them, you know, do you have water? What do you think about running a water line from, Blues Creek at the post office down to Stokesdale?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, I'd rather go Blues Creek route than have Rockingham County, really. I mean, even though that is a secondary source, and this is not, what we're doing is not a true secondary source. But like I said, all I'm asking is just, let's put it in the back of our mind, because we're gonna be meeting again
Understand.
on it.
I understand.
We'll just be thinking about it.
Okay. Next item,
I've got a question. The water manufacturers, water suppliers in Rockingham County? I know Town of Eden has it, Town of Reedsville has it, Dan River Water runs a lot of the lines out in the county. Rockingham County itself doesn't produce water,
Yes.
does it?
My understanding is what Tom just said. We always say Rockingham County, but there are 3, I knew of 3
And then
systems within
Western
Rockingham County.
Do they buy theirs from Dan River, or do they produce their own over in Madison Madan?
Western.
Dan River, I mean, Dan River services Stoneville and Eden, I think.
But
Madison and
outside,
Mayodan.
Eden produces its own.
Okay, Madison, Mayodan have their own water systems.
Okay, that's what I want you
And
to.
then Reedsville has a water system.
Right.
And.
Dan River has historically done the county, is what it is, and they buy their water from Eden, because Eden's got tons of capacity. Especially since they lost all those plants and
Miller Brewery.
all that. And then Reedsville gets theirs from a different source, and then, from their lake over there.
You know, the bottom line, as far as coming across the bridges down there, we already coming across one of the same system bridges. It's just, a little further up. If we did both, as long as it was still the same water servicer, it's no different than having it go under one bridge, along one bridge as another. So, and we've got one established that's gonna hang, we've already got certain part of the town. You may be a north and south as opposed to an east and west, if you have duals. And because the way the building is looking at going in the next 3 to 5 years, we are gonna have to have, as a town, a full-service water system. Either we put in more lines, or we have a second. And Winston's still running both of those down there, so.
If we were to put that line in from Blues Creek, you're covering a big part of Stokesdale, and we're covering it with the money that we're gonna spend, we got to spend. We have to spend the money. We can spend it up Hall River Road and cover a half mile of Stokesdale. I don't even think it's a half mile. Or we can go the other route, if possible, and cover at least 3 miles of Stokesdale. And that's a big deal, as far as I'm concerned.
Where you got water, there'll be building.
And I don't care, I don't have any land or anything over there, and don't have the money to buy none. So, I'm not trying to place anything.
One of the other issues you need to consider, Jimmy, I think that line down 65 is probably running back Old Blues Creek Road and connecting back into Walkertown at 158, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So you were talking, we had the problem, you're still getting it on that same main line, 158. Your topography's not nearly, but that's the risk you have there if you come down 65.
Well, that's right. But is that risk worth 3 miles extra of pipe?
Well, to me, the risk is, I don't want to get a call some Sunday at lunch or after church, and 600 people call me and say, I don't have any water, the water line broke, and what are you going to do about it?
We've been living
I'm going to tell them to call you.
We've been living that for years. But what I'm saying is, I understand that, and that's a valid point. I don't know if there's 1 line or 2 lines. I mean, we don't know. That's why I'm saying put it in the back of our mind. That's all I'm saying.
That's why I'm saying, here's the contact people with the 4 different
Well,
municipalities.
we ain't gonna call them tonight, because this is.
I know, but you guys can call them over the next 6 years and say, here's my questions, give me an answer, and they'll do that. Okay, let's go on. Budget amendment for capital improvement land purchase. Kim,
Is that close?
Well, I added this agenda item. Last week, Town Council approved the purchase of the property right north of us here, the 9.8 acres, for $214,000. We have not closed on that yet. In order for us to be able to write a check, however, we do need to amend our budget in the general fund. We need to increase the amount that we are pulling from undesignated funds or our town reserves by $120,000. And we also need to increase the amount for the capital park improvements by $120,000 as well. These offset each other. The budget remains in balance. This does need to be done in order for Kim to legally write that check.
Did you say that we haven't heard back on
And me
that?
to sign it.
We haven't heard back on that yet, did you say?
He said you hadn't closed on it yet.
We hadn't closed on it yet.
But we
got a
have-
firm deal though, don't we?
Yeah, I've got the signed contract, I've got the earnest money check.
Oh, so you've got it.
Oh, yeah.
You're doing the title search,
I'm doing the
correct?
title work, I'll have that for you next week, and we'll move forward.
Yeah, this is,
So we
This
don't
is-
need another special call
So
on
we
that.
won't be
It's gonna
doing a
be
budget
signed off.
amendment for nothing, is what I'm trying to say. This deal's not gonna go south.
Unless I find a title issue.
Okay, that'd be the only way.
Kim, I got a question for you, because and Jared tried to explain it to me, I still don't understand it. We're paying $214, Jimmy made a motion as part of that we're gonna take $100,000 from the park, where we had talked about doing amphitheater and basketball courts or things like that. So, if we took the 100,000, what's the 120 for?
Well, we've got it, because we've only. Because we did it for 2/8.
214.
I'm sorry, 2/14, excuse me. Park as well, by the way. So, but we've got to do the.
For the one
But
fourteen.
the real effect of this, and having a disagreement with Derek, we had allocated $125,000 in last year's budget to do some things down at the park, purchase property.
100.
So we've taken 100. So we've taken all that money away, so we have no money left to do anything at the park. Is that true?
Well, we're taking, yes, that is
So we're shifting that money to just the property this year.
the land, yes.
And so, my problem is, we've been trying for a couple of years to get something done down at the park. We talked about an amphitheater, we talked about basketball courts. Obviously, we applied for the park grant, we didn't get it. But here we are buying 9 more acres of land, and we're not even willing to spend any money on our existing park. And I have a real problem with that. I want to leave some money in there to do some stuff with the park. Now, we approved the budget last year based on that $100,000 being available to do something down at the park. Now we've taken that away.
We did do something. We did do something at the park.
We increased it by 40%.
Yeah, we increased it. We increased the park, and I'll tell you the reason I voted for it, and let me finish, and you can rebut it, whatever you want to do. I would have not voted for that without doing that, because the reason this is my thinking about it. That 100,000 went with the other money. We're gonna try to get a matching grant. Sooner or later, I believe we'll get a matching grant. And there's that money's there that we're using for the matching grant. The land money we can use for the matching grant. Now, I tell you, I wouldn't have voted for it. If it had been that we weren't doing that, I wouldn't have voted for it.
Then why did we put $100,000 in the budget last year to do things at the park?
We just did something at the park.
You bought land.
That's right, and I'll tell you something.
But that wasn't even part of the consideration in last year's
That can be
budget.
something really nice. You can go in there and make a natural area out of that, clean that thing out, make nature. The number one thing on the park survey was nature trails. That was the number one thing. That's perfect.
You don't have any money in there now. You don't have one
Yeah, but you're
nickel.
gonna have money next year. You're gonna have money next year.
That's what you've been saying for 2 years, so go ahead and vote.
Well,
I
you know,
call a question.
we
Well,
had to-
let's get a motion.
We had to, you can't finish talking?
Sure.
We had to do something. I mean, we did something. I mean, I think that's a big deal. It's just not, we're not gonna have an amphitheater sitting down there this year. We had no plan for no amphitheater. There's no amphitheater plans. that I've seen.
Let me say something about this whole thing, John. I agree with you. But I agree with Jimmy. We don't have a plan. If somebody wants to come up with a plan to build an amphitheater, come up with it.
Let's start
And-
doing
and-
it.
And if we've got the money in reserves and we want to move it over, we'll make an amendment and we'll do it.
The number
It's
one
just a
thing
matter of
on that
vote.
park survey, and we spent all that time and we spent that money on the park survey, was nature trails. That's what and that's
That's a
young
fact.
and old, that was the number one thing on that, and I can see that. I hope to Lord that nobody go in there and wanna just bulldoze that, because that's gonna take the whole park and change the whole park. I hope that they'll do that. Now, if things got tight, you got the land there to sell. You still got money there.
Okay. We talked about putting mulch down at the playground. We don't even have enough money left to do that.
That was in a different line item, wasn't it?
Correct.
We've already voted on that money's been allotted for. We're putting it down, John.
I thought
that
that would be
correct?
park
Yeah,
improvement.
we've already ordered.
I know, but we
correct.
got the money to pay for it now. You've taken the
Well,
money out of, you said there's nothing
That was in
left.
park maintenance, wasn't it?
That's a different line
It's
item.
not an improvement.
That didn't come out of part, yeah, that's a different,
Okay.
that's a different line item.
So, I'm hearing John's frustrations. And,
Field something, I don't blame
And let's build it.
no,
Come up with it, let's build it.
I'm hearing what
I'll vote for it. Let's build it.
Let's,
You don't have any money to vote for it now.
We can move some
John.
money over.
John,
Patty, did you bring your pocketbook
Let's, I make a motion, you approve the budget amendment, just to get it on,
$14, anything.
I'll second the motion.
we have a motion, second, any discussion? Call the question. Jim?
Aye.
Derek?
Aye.
Jimmy? Derek?
Derek,
Derek?
you can't do it 3 times a year,
Hey,
and you've
what,
already done
There?
2 of them. What are we voting on, John?
Oh, come on.
The budget amendment,
The budget amendment. Yes.
and I vote no.
4-1.
Consideration of a proposal from Vaughn Surveying for the survey work needed for the water line extension connecting along Ellisville Road. When we issued the contract last month to,
Kennerly and.
Kennerly.
Kennerly and Kennerly.
they did not include any survey work. So I asked Anthony Vaughn to give us a ballpark figure. He said 2,000 to 2,500. So he wrote it as 2,500, and it's going to be in that range. But that's something we need to do. So Kennerly,
Boom.
no, Ravenel, proceed with their estimate, prepare the document, so we put it out for bid. So I make a motion that we approve the $2,500 proposal from Vaughn Surveying.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion? Call a question?
Wait a minute.
No, go ahead.
Jim?
Aye.
Derek?
Aye.
Jimmy? Aye. And aye. Resolution formalizing the town of Stokesdale's request from Guilford County's allotment of American Rescue Plan funding for capital projects concerning the town's water system.
John, I added this one. First, a backstory. As most folks are aware, as part of President Biden's Corona Rescue Plan, because of the COVID-19 virus, he's implemented something called the American Rescue Plan, where a lot of local municipalities, state municipalities will benefit from this through the receipt of federal money. The town of Stokesdale itself, from the federal government via the state, was awarded $725,000. And John, you step in here with me, but back when all this first happened, March and April of this year, I believe County Commissioner Austin called a mayor's meeting, and in that mayor's meeting, he expressed interest in helping the small municipalities in Guilford County with broadband or water system needs. Have I made a correct?
With the meeting was with mayors and town managers, but he was actually, I think there's 28 municipalities in Guilford County. He wanted everybody to get a share,
Yeah.
not just the big cities.
So that's where we are. You know, we're about 4 months removed from those meetings. The town of Stokesdale has some water project capital improvement needs. Jim Rigsby and I met with Justin Conrad and Skip Austin via Zoom on August 24th. Shared a PowerPoint presentation with them on some of the projects, specifically the secondary water line that the council is all in favor of doing. We don't necessarily know where we're going to do it yet, but we all agree that we want to do that. And we shared figures with the 2 county commissioners. And, you know, I'm kind of out of my comfort zone, reaching out to the county and putting a number this large in front of them. But, you know, I guess at the end of the day, I think we're all doing our part just to ensure that the town of Stokesdale gets its piece of the pie. And I guess to do that, we need to be the squeaky wheel. Commissioner Conrad and Commissioner Austin recommended to us after we shared our proposal with them, presentation with them, that the town make a resolution and share with the county commissioners. And, you know, I dread it, but if I have to, you know, I'll drag a couple of y'all, all of us, I don't know. We'll go down there and make a presentation in person to the county commissioners. But again, we just want to make sure Stokesdale gets its fair share of the pie. So the resolution, I'm going to read it for the record. I'll read it as quickly as possible. I know it's getting late. Whereas the town of Stokesdale is home to 5,924 Guilford County citizens and is 19.6 square miles in size. Whereas the town of Stokesdale operates a municipal water system. Whereas the town of Stokesdale is adding additional customers to the town's water system at an annual rate of 11.6 per year, with a future projected growth rate exceeding that figure based on 775 single-family residential homes already approved with site plans for development that will be tied into the water system. Whereas the town of Stokesdale invested $84,000 with Hazen and Sawyer, a large multinational firm based in the United States that assists its clients in bringing safe drinking water to its customers and controlling water pollution and its effects on the environment. Whereas Hazen and Sawyer presented a capital improvement plan to the town of Stokesdale with $9.2 million in near-term capital improvement recommendations. Whereas the town of Stokesdale purchases water from Forsyth County Municipal Water System. Whereas both Hazen and Sawyer and the Stokesdale Town Council believe that a secondary water line from the town's municipal water system supplier is critical to ensuring a continuous water supply to the town's citizens. Whereas the remnants of Hurricane Florence in 2018 compromised a single water line into the town of Stokesdale due to the torrential rainfall exposing the water line, requiring the water line shut down for emergency repair. In addition, to assure continuous water supply, a secondary water line in the town of Stokesdale improves water quality and age by effectively looping the town's system. 5.5 miles of additional water infrastructure improves fire protection and allows for new developments to tie into a municipal water system while alleviating the strain on the water table by eliminating the need for wells. Whereas Guilford County received $104 million in federal aid from the federally funded American Rescue Plan, whereas a permitted use of these funds is for water infrastructure needs for municipal water systems. Oh, this thing's long. Whereas the town of Stokesdale conservatively forecast an increase in Guilford County tax revenue of $4.9 million over a 7-year period from 2021 to 2027, based on the addition of single-family homes in Stokesdale that will connect to the town's water system. Just a side note there, I say that's conservative. That's only assuming, in my numbers I ran, 66 new single-family homes per year on the water system. To date, or as of August 1st, we already had 67 new single-family home permits that were issued by Guilford County. My numbers were very conservative, and they did not assume any future tax increase to what Guilford County is charging its citizens now. So in kind of a value proposition, we're saying these additional homes tied to our water system is going to generate at least $4.9 million over a 7-year period for Guilford County. All right, whereas with an allocation from Guilford County using American Rescue Plan funding, the town of Stokesdale can direct water infrastructure investment returning a maximum positive impact for the town's citizens. Whereas the estimated price tag for a secondary water line provided by Hazen and Sawyer in their capital improvement plan is $5,806,000. Whereas the town of Stokesdale sources of funding for a secondary water line is $1,154,000 from House Bill 1163, $725,000 from the town's receipt of the American Rescue funding from the state via the federal government, and $1 million from the town's Water Enterprise Fund. Whereas the town of Stokesdale would need to secure a $2,927,000 in additional funding to complete the secondary water line project in an effort to shore up the water system and proactively manage the growth of the town municipal water system that Stokesdale is experiencing. Now therefore be it resolved that the Stokesdale Town Council, as a governing body, using the guidance of Hazen and Sawyer's capital improvement recommendations, believe the water system capital improvements are critical in supporting the town of Stokesdale citizens. The Stokesdale Town Council humbly requests a $2,927,000 allocation from Guilford County's American Rescue Plan to assist the town of Stokesdale in seeing these necessary water system capital improvements come to fruition. That's all there is. Again, just want our fair piece of the pie, and I think we've got a good value proposition to put in front of the county commissioners, and hopefully they will vote our way.
Let me just add that that they were very receptive to our request, and this was just part of the procedural recommendations that they gave us to go ahead and get this. So it just shows the commissioners that we're all in agreements and we're moving as a town in one unit. And they're actually going to come out here. They're going to come to the different municipalities to basically get our request and So it could be that they come out here and we make that request. Is
Yeah.
kind of the way they alluded. They didn't give us a specific date, time, or anything, but.
But if this does pass, I would like this document emailed to the clerk of the commissioners as well as J.J. Greason, the county administrative assistant to the county
And
manager.
also Conrad being our
And
representative.
Conrad himself, Justin Conrad, and I can help you with those email addresses, Dale.
And Tom,
A-
and Tom.
A question, yeah, Tom, we'll hit Tom up.
He's staring at you.
You want a piece of that?
You gonna make a motion to approve this?
Yeah, it's late, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Jim?
Aye.
Derek?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Theron?
I'll speak it in Stokesdale.
Aye.
And
nobody from Stokesdale said.
next item on,
That's why I said it.
next item on the agenda, discussion on qualification of town clerk candidates. And we need to go into closed session according to General Statute 143, 318-11A6. So I make a motion that we recess as a town council and reconvene in chambers as in closed session.
Yep. And if I could make a friendly amendment to the motion to add on to what you said, to the purpose of going in is to discuss the qualifications of a potential town clerk candidates.
Okay?
All right?
Have a motion, a second, any discussion? I'll call the question. Jim?
Jim's aye.
Derek?
Derek's aye.
Jimmy? Darren?
Aye.
I don't think we need Tom, do we?
Well, he's got a, yeah.
Who
yeah,
knows?
I'd rather, since
We've
he's
already paid
here.
him for the whole hour. He might as well come on in.
Are we into that last hour yet, Tom?
I'm just looking at the clock. I mean, he's already billed us for the whole 10 to 11.
He did a flat rate.
Hanging around.
Yeah.
11:01, we got to make a budget amendment.
I mean, Kim, from my perspective, we don't, thank you for being here, but I don't think we need you anymore.
That's for the record.
No,
49.
Hagan Barrett.
Tell somebody to leave, not say
Welcome.
leave.
See how quickly he did that,
Yeah.
too?
I know,
He didn't blink at it either.
I know, I was like, is that?
Yeah.
He told
That's
me I
all
could
right.
leave.
Patty.
See, Tom will come tell you all the legal aspects of why you don't need to leave.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Y'all have a good night.
See ya.
Quickly now.
Hmm.
Who, me? No. Yeah. Sure do hate those hours. Sometimes I think he does it just. Hey, Jimmy, you crack me up. They all crack me up.
He is always going to say,
Oh, what, that right there, yeah, mm-hmm. Hmm. It would have been there.
but that was,
The way those were worded were. If it hadn't been for the attorney trying to explain to them exactly.
well, and public safety. And when I zoned in on that. That would be a tough one.
My son was there. He was on the fence. He wasn't sure, you know, he was like, Mom, I don't feel comfortable. And I said, well, okay. But then when Delta complaint started, I sat down with him and I said, you don't know. I think you respect us. I worry. You know this with me, that kid will be and I know, I have three boys. And my youngest son, Brian's getting, I mean, he's really after us, but the other two. It's got a big thing. Yeah, and that's what she said. I'm just cheering her back for now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm different. You and I both, and we're not, not a fit, just not sure about it yet. It's just. You know, that when this first came out, and I said, you know, I said, my baby is in. I was the first one to say, I'm gonna get that shot. Are you kidding me? I just came up with this thing. I have no idea. I mean, I don't want that stuff either. I was sick, that's how I'm going. I know it. I mean, I had flu stuff. Social contagious and so much more. We're not going here, so it's and of course, the first time around, they were large and kids. Now, kids generally haven't heard anything that's illegal. I'm hearing frogs. My son is 3 or 4. It's just, oh my God. There's several kids, Stokesdale, that are out there that they won't give you names. know something. You want the Aces program? Okay. It's 800. So you have to have a seat in Aces. And it's like kind of deal, I have to go with the other girl that has first graders and second graders, maybe a few third. She's like, she doesn't have assigned seats. Of course, that's not her fault, you know, the head person should have said something. But being that I've been there for over 15 years, you know, I know basically what to do, but I've never worked under these circumstances. Just like they'll go to come over and get on your side. My kids have assigned seats or standing. Don't come to their seat. That's where you sit for homework. That's where you sit for snack. That's where you sit for everything we do in this room. That is your seat with your name tag on that seat. But nobody else comes to the cafeteria. So if you get food, go back to the room. But it's like, it's literally you gotta keep your mask on. And that's sure when it comes to children, I mean, and I can tell you, I can understand that. But I can imagine it's a big problem. I can imagine trying with my children that age, and then that's that, because to me, everyone, you know. And there's some that won't even take it off outside, they're like, they keep that mask on.
And
except
well,
they
yeah,
eat when they
well,
laugh, you know.
I do think kids in general, I did not think so. My, oldest one was 3, and she's still in preschool. They have to wear masks this year, the 3-year-olds. Last year they
Where
did.
does she go to preschool?
She goes to Trinity Covenant in Western. Last year's a 2-year-old. They did have the older kids, but now she's 3, so she has to wear it. I picked her up both times this week, and she has a whole mask on there, and it's on their tab. I was asking her on Tuesday, how is it when you're in there? She said, not so good, Gigi, not so good. Doing it, and it's okay, she's doing it because that's what's expected, and she's just glad to be there. And it's okay, I think it's healthy. So Karen, do you need more input when you're doing it?
If the customers want me to. I have
Okay,
no
so
problem
so it's more your volunteer.
It's like, if, when they come in, they'll have to mask and say, do I need to wear this? I said, it's your choice. I'm not gonna tell you to or not to. I said, if you want me to wear a mask, I'll be more than glad to put one on. I'm not one that's gonna love wearing a mask.
I would just, and it's amazing that you have a skate figure, because I was just in my haircut today, not my hairdresser, I'm talking about it, and she's, I think, I would say very level-headed, and I think she's not a real, I think she also avoids political conversations for the most part, which is good for a hairdresser, I think that's probably good. But,
Unless they go your way, then you can really talk.
well, and you have that comfort level with them, but.
Some people I do,
But I
some people I
think
just.
there's one thing that she's certain of, for her, she said, I follow the science, my science.
he does his research, and I kind of tend to follow his lead and things like that. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if they have, and I will always agree with one when it's expensive. I mean, totally, totally fine, get it. But just in terms of, I don't know, that's pretty amazing. That was 6 dressers and then the space out every year and a half. Well, then you have a situation.
I exposed her. She's, she, the day before, my symptoms hit, I was exposed on January 7th. I tested 6 days after I was exposed, because I was in May. They said if you make it to your 10th day, you're probably okay, however, you can go out to 14. But if you don't have any symptoms, you're 95% sure you're okay. This was, of course, this is, in January of this year. So, and I called Christy and told Christy I had already, been exposed, blah, 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 okay. And she's like, they're okay, you're okay, I'm okay. So, I didn't have that. Karen was in there, another girl was in there, another girl was in there.
I mean, we were like opposite in this country, most,
Well, I had
she
my
kept her
mask
mask
on
on,
the whole
except for when she ate was the only time she did.
Yeah, and when I ate, I was not that close to
No.
him. I went actually over that chair up there. I was over there when I ate. And after I finished eating, I put the mask right back on. And, so the next morning I got up and got last night, it touched me. It was my 13th day. So my 12th day is when I went to hair. And I just felt, oh, God, I felt so bad. And then that afternoon is when I woke up and said, oh, Chrissy, she's right there.
She was actually doing the nurse's hair.
Yeah, because I was like, because as soon as she answered the phone, she was like, oh, my, because you could not hear her nose. I said, you love it. And I said, I didn't even understand.
I knew when she got that call.
And she didn't even know, I never said it. I said, I feel like she's like, okay. And she was pretty calm about it.
Yeah.
And when she hung up that evening, I was like, and up person that was in there. And I said, I'm so sorry. I mean, I was like, I would have met her. Especially
Here's
the
the
way
thing,
I feel today.
you feel as though, as though you have control. Of course. You don't. And then Christy sent me that text, Karen, don't look at me. She said, you weren't supposed to go, you need to leave. You gotta get tested, and call your customers. So when she did that, I was sitting there trying to text the one that's supposed to be there in 15 minutes, and I finally got a hold of him. And then I texted Jimmy, I called Jimmy when I got out of the car. So he went, I went down there to Carolina from Murray.
She already knew. I had been, because I was very.
Well, see, I hadn't had an idea. But in terms of how much through my own glasses get scanned up, how did that happen if you're right?
Do you recognize who you were? Yes, Derek and I both had them. He was on,
Right, I know he did. How about Christy, did she do it? She had a mask on too. No, she went back and tested. Christy's had,
Christy had it, sorry, had
but she had no symptoms. Her husband had diarrhea.
But she tested negative. But
Yeah, she went back and tested too. Because she
Derek
just
and
wanted to-
he got tested at the next day too. And he was in there. It came out, I was crying. On the phone, Derek, I was crying because I felt bad. I mean, God knows if I hadn't, and I was fine.
It's like with Derek's son, that's
We were
why it's
having
like
fun.
more worried because he's not living.
Yeah, and that's what I so worried too.
And that who's that? Derek's son.
Marshall, Derek's son, yeah.
Do you know what that is? But what, you know, because he said, oh,
Well, that's
Oh, don't you go anywhere.
I'm going somewhere. You guys aren't gonna do anything.
We are too. This is earth shattering. But if I need to call Greensboro News and Record and let them know about it, I can do that.
Oh, that is low.
If I need to get the media over here, CNN.
Hey, have y'all moved?
I'll tell you, that didn't work out. An appraisal, an appraiser.
Okay.
Get cold.
I thought we told you you could go anyway. I thought we let you go earlier.
Let's reconvene as a town council.
We should have escorted you off the property.
Any comments from the council?
Hey, blow the horn when you get in your car and lock it.
We gotta go back into open session.
He just opened.
Okay, here you go.
Comments from council? Jim?
None.
Derek?
No, sir.
Jimmy?
Well,
Oh, God.
no, I don't have any.
Jeez, I'm
Darren?
Thank you for showing up, folks, and
Yeah.
safe travels home. Until we meet again, Roy Rogers.
Okay, planning board meeting Thursday, September 23rd at 7 o'clock. Town council meeting Thursday, October 14th at 7. There's a 9/11 ceremony at the fire station Saturday at 11 o'clock. And there's a candidates forum, I think October 7th at 7 o'clock here. Other than that, I make a motion we adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those,
2.25 months, and I, 2 more and a.
Hey, hypothetically, if I'm not here at the
I'm done.
October meeting, is that gonna hurt your season?
Do it, run it right in.
2
I'm
more.
not here
You're right.
for October.
I don't think you can be here.
Mickey Hook's Mouse, Mickey Mouse Hook.
I'll vote for you.
Phone it in.
Yep, October, November.
Well, I think I'm gonna have to zoom it in for that meeting.
I am gone,
So how
free,
much are
southbound.
Oh, you heading down there, really?
Oh, yeah. Been already-
Come back here one day a week
I've got
for work.
He won't take no time to sell it.
Hey, I saw.
And then
That'll be easy
we always
breezy.
come when they got a live meeting.
I'll get what I want.
Spend
You
the
need to
night,
get that done
come
quickly.
back the next day, so.
Just tell me.
It's been a busy week this week. I had to be here in Greensboro a little bit longer.
I'll be living in public.
Well, the good thing is, it'll, the good thing is, if it
I'm
crashes
totally
down there, it'll crash there too.
Is your wife?
Well,
Yeah, but you know what? I don't know. DeSantis is running that place like it's, there are more people moving down now per capita than have
It
moved
was,
in the last.
for her, it
5
was a
years.
life transition because we had 8
But I'm
kids.
talking about
And
people
between
up
us, and
north,
so
big cities.
it's, for her 4
They're not
kids,
wanting to be around.
4 and 4, that was, they still a lot lived at home or
So
were in
see,
college
I'm
and
buying,
coming back,
I'm
so
gonna buy
that
about
was a big
45
uproot. So that's what she
yachts,
did.
and that's what I'm gonna live on. I'm gonna try
Mine
to
are all
go
out
down
on their own,
I'm
so
gonna be on the golf
they're
side,
just glad to
so
have
I
a
can
place
go
to
all
come
the way
visit.
down into the Keys.
Cool place.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, I love
It
it.
is nice. I was there at Christmas and it was 78, 82 degrees. But you know what you do, Jimmy, seriously? When it's hot, you go in with the air on because they don't have heaters, but they got air. And you go in there and you pace your dues. Yeah.
I
Cars.
used to run down there with a truck with no air conditioning. My truck didn't have air conditioning.
2, 4.
My truck didn't have any heat or air conditioning. I went through a blizzard one time. It was, what's that highway down? It's not 75. It's the one over there goes into Nashville, out of Kentucky. They shut the road
80,
down.
80 something.
I can't remember, but they shut the road down. I pulled up to it and said, "You can't go." I said, "Look, man," I said, "I gotta go." I said, "I don't have any heat on this truck, and if I sit, it'll freeze up."
That was like getting on
And
the
they finally
parkway.
said, "Well, we'll let you go, but it's $800 fine." You get stuck, it's $800 fine.
Shitsky comrade.
Yeah, and we're not coming to get you, and it was shut down for it. And, he said, "We're not coming to get you." Well, I'm easy, and over there, Bowling Green around there, it's like rolling. So I'm doing this off some, here's these, this snow, it's snow everywhere, and it's ice.
And you're praying
And there's
cold.
lights, just keep coming. Yes, I'm talking about, it looks like one of them flying saucers,
Yeah.
got it all in there. Next thing I know, it took a while, because it was way behind me. Boom! Went by this truck, and there's more lights on that truck than I've ever seen. Wide open. I get down the road, I don't know, 30, 40 miles. There he is, he's off in the medium, Jack, he's got a chain on his truck.
Oh,
Now, I can't stop him because the truck, this slick,
What were you driving?
It's a
Was
9670 International.
it straight truck or a tractor trailer?
Truck.
Oh,
It was a,
18.
yeah, 18 wheeler.
Yeah.
It was a, flat nose. You know,
Oh, yeah.
9670 flat nose.
Yeah.
And I just took him on that way. I just went home.
Well, you couldn't do any good for that anyway. No.
I couldn't get him out. And
No, all he'd do is have two in the ditch.
He about run me off the road. He got arrested, they did crazy.
Well, there was nothing you could do. You couldn't pull him out. You couldn't pull him out. I mean, think about it.
The road shut down.
Well,
You remember that?
yeah, I do. Hell, that's why couldn't believe when I moved to Cleveland in med school how when the classmates said, and I saw my breath at 9 o'clock at night the last week of August, and I thought to myself, oh, I have screwed up. And when the waves freeze and crest all winter long, and it's 6 feet deep of ice, and you can watch them drive all the way to Canada, past the islands that are, summer island. I lost half a mustache one day doing that. It froze off. Froze off.
Driving the bus.
Well, but I think the
Thing
sheriff's
was,
office.
you got an $800 bonus if you went to Alaska
Mm.
and come back without a broken windshield. No, you got paid real well. It was real well.
Did you fly to get there?
You didn't have to. You drove a bus.
From here to there? Oh. Oh.
But and it was big, but you got an $800 bonus.
Yeah.
If you come back, your windshield wasn't busted.
Mm-hmm.
And now I guess you ain't never gonna get that bonus. It's all busted.
Well, what they're looking for is just how many years.
I didn't do what I thought.
Was that a summer deal or winter? That was a summer.
No, it was.
I think they've on the
No, it wasn't
building
winter.
would be leased.
Probably their summer.
It was, I can't remember what months it was.
I think same thing for Baseball Bridge. I imagine they lease the land.
I got into it a little bit.
Start thinking about the negatives
We
and
was
get
running,
back.
we was running California. And it come,
Right, so he was just looking.
it was a deal, all I had to do was show up.
You were already halfway there from over here, or
I took a
2/3.
job going to California, was going to California, and it paid $750 there and back, and you got $15 a stop. We only got to California, went all the way down.
40
Went into San
40
Diego.
east and west.
Yeah, but when I got there, had all these stops, I started in San Diego, and went
Oh.
to LA, and then you kept going, and you ended up in San Francisco,
Oh, I've been to all those.
Okay,
Yep.
then we had to come back down and leave, so I went about as far up and down California as it was almost.
Well, there's seven eastern states equal to California, one
So
state.
you didn't get anything $15 a stop, all that running up and down, they didn't tell you that.
What'd you make, $40?
Well,
Well, you had.
It was $15. It wasn't much money at all.
I was gonna say.
But I remember, I never talked to him. David always talked to the guy. He's the one that got us a job.
Yeah.
And one time he was asleep, and he'd done that, and he'd done that crap to us again. And, got on the phone and got the custody.
Mm.
I said, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I said, I already don't like what they're doing. I said, I'll cut the refrigerator off this truck.
Oh, you were on the reefer.
I'll let everything spoil. And I said, not only that, when I get back in, you're right. I'll never forget.
He didn't know which one was better or worse. He didn't want either one of them.
When I got into this place, got in there, seen him, and he took off. And when he got me started,
He knew he was gonna get it.
I was mad.
These guys now, watch them on YouTube. There are more freelancers that own their tractors than about anybody else. And they are making a killing. They bid with these computers in the cab out there doing these, just like that. Man, are they making money. There's a guy that lives up here in North Carolina, up in the hills. He drives down to Georgia and to Florida. But he'll go to South Carolina and Georgia and be back within, he'll be there. He didn't even have to spend the night. And he has a beautiful home. He's got sports, racing cars. He's got a jacked up pickup. He's got a beautiful wife and kids. And he does this stuff on YouTube. And man, they make a fortune. They're talking, it used to be what, about 70-something cents a mile years ago. Now they're talking $14, $15 a mile. And the only thing you've got really is your tractor. Because a lot of it oh, they are. And he's got two of these bad boys. He's got a big old white, an older white that's been redone.
When I was hauling back, I used to make it to Kentucky. I make one from going to Kentucky,
Going the back way.
then I would go to California.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I can't pass this one.
Yeah, that DOT, and I used to do them at Summerfield. Yeah, no kidding. Blood pressure is the one that I used to have to get on the boys about that come in, stop and come into Summerfield, and I'd renew their DOT card for them. But they ate the worst. They were the worst eaters in the world. But,
I used to have look, my blood pressure, mine would be 90.
yeah.
We've just all been kind of blown away. It was
Yeah. Well, that's all it is. You know what I told patients? I said, look, you got an order system in your town, don't you? Because a lot of them were from Greensboro and, you know, stuff like that. And they'd say, yeah. And I said, what happened? There's one pump station in Greensboro, and it used to be out of the Osborne area out there. And I said, but now they're putting these boosters the further out the city limits goes to keep water going. I said, that's the same thing you're doing. The problem is you don't have any booster stations, but you're trying to act like you have grown. And now your pressure's going up instead of your volume. And your pressure going up will kill you eventually. And a lot of them came back in and said, you're exactly right. I've lost 15 pounds and feel better than I felt in a long time. And nobody, you know, 15 pounds is this from Monday to Friday. That's all it is just yellow gloppy fat. Yeah, you have. You feel good too, don't you? Gives you a good mental picture too. Yep. Hey, good news is you can die.
You know what, I think as far as us goes,
with two carts pushing.
So he had it all mapped out. Before we got our offer, but when I called him,
Darren, you put that up for me.
Sure.
I know neither one of y'all realize, Priscilla put the name tag out this afternoon. You're Mr. Landis and he's Mr. Bill.
Good, that messed everybody up.
he's got a piece of commercial, he has some interest in it, but I think it'll work out.
Yeah, yeah. You in trouble? Way to go, Thurgood. Thurgood Higgs, that's my name, Thurgood Higgs.
Oh, that's really sick.
Ooh, I got some food at home. I haven't eaten dinner. I don't eat coming here. I eat at home when I just relax.
All right, guys, y'all have a good night.
You know, so I have to.
Hey, are you working part-time? You doing any part-time anything yet?
That guy wants me to do some, safety profile.
I love my children.
But I was talking to a guy about that.
I did love my children. Thank you very much. And quickly, transition from somebody who was kind of a selfish person into I think I was a decent mom. But I honestly, I wasn't one of those who was like, I can't wait to have grandkids. I mean, work a lot, so it's like, oh, just realistically, you know, I don't know when I'll find time. I'll find time, but I wasn't just like, oh, I can't wait to have grandkids.
There
And I
was a
wasn't
safety
pummeling my kids. When are we gonna
for basically I mean, they all use the same guy. Well, so, you know.
I did love being a
They
mom.
probably use a consultant for the guy, and he does all of it.
I get why everybody's, it's smooth.
Because they all do the
And
same.
my daughter, my son and his wife don't have kids yet, they live in Raleigh. My daughter lives 15 minutes away, and we're very close, and she really values us in her kids' life. So, you know, all of those things are very, very good.
granddaughter started back to preschool last year. She goes to church preschool. She started there last year. And I picked her up both Tuesday and Thursday this week. I took her to the park and then took her to get frozen yogurt. And she just is, it's just so cool. Just that we have these little conversations and your heart just melts. It melts.
John Deere battery thing, so she rides around rather than she was going to shoot your race. I'm sitting there,
Yes, yes.
it's just fun. She comes out and rides along. If she comes out, if she came out here and wanted to play through town council meeting, I'd adjourn and go home. She gets to make it first priority.
Yeah, the things that I do, like, I know, she said something about she wants to be a fairy for Halloween. I'm like, okay, so I'm on Amazon and I'm looking at fairy wings. And, you know, and I'm looking at the reviews and like, yeah, they say, oh, these are okay, they're $15, they break trees and things like that. Not that it's my responsibility to buy her fairy wings, I just sometimes go ahead and like, oh, I can do that. And then I'm like, well, there's some over here on the Disney thing, they're $99. I actually went over there and looked at them. I'm like, no, stop it. You're not gonna spend $99. I'm like, but I would. But this is where you have to be careful, because you don't wanna spoil them rotten. I always tell my kids, you can be spoiled, and you are, because you have everything you need. You just cannot be spoiled. You can be spoiled, and spoiled means you have plenty, you never have to worry about food, shelter, things like that. You have two parents, you have a loving household. Yes, you're spoiled, I'm spoiled, but you cannot be spoiled rotten. And rotten is when other temperatures get way up. That's right.
Absolutely.
So I have to be careful with it, because I could see that end up with that.
I could do, I spend more time with it. But it's like, I debated with our parents.
I know, I think it would be very hard, because you put yourself out there and you serve and you make yourself available, and you say, and I'll do it again. But honestly, most of the people that I talk to, they don't get reelected. I mean, there's a pride thing. It will be hard, because you're already sick. And so, then you kind of, you have to, yeah, sure, you have to be honest and say, oh, I kind of got rejected. Worse, I think, than if you haven't served, and then you don't. But they're going to talk to you after they get over to
It goes on
hey, I made myself available. You didn't want me, so, you know, I get over the bruised ego and, so, yeah, I don't think it'll be, if it doesn't work out. All right. Good to see you.
See you later. Good luck.
Now, the funny part is, right, you know that?